Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while, and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the deepening twilight of an autumn evening, when the first stars began to pierce the darkening veil above Middle-earth, Gandalf the Grey sat alone upon a weathered stone overlooking the valley of Rivendell. The last homely house lay below him, its windows glowing with warm light like scattered jewels against the gathering dusk. Yet the wizard sought no company this night. His pipe lay cold and forgotten in his hand, and his eyes, usually so keen and bright with mirth or purpose, held a distant quality, as though they gazed not upon the beauty before him, but upon vistas that lay beyond the circles of the world. The wind that stirred his grey robes and silvered beard carried with it the scent of pine and falling leaves, the honest fragrances of Middle-earth in its turning season. Yet to Gandalf's ancient senses, another perfume seemed to mingle with these earthly scents, something impossibly distant, yet achingly familiar. It was the memory of light itself, the recollection of gardens that had known no winter, and shores where the waves sang in voices that mortal ears could never comprehend. For on this particular evening, as the boundaries between day and night grew thin, so too did the veils between past and present, between the Undying Lands and the mortal shores where he now walked. Gandalf closed his eyes, and in the darkness behind his lids, colours bloomed that had no names in the tongues of elves or men. The weight of centuries pressed upon him, not as a burden but as a tapestry of memory so vast and intricate that even his ageless mind could scarcely contain it all. He had walked in Middle-earth for more than 2,000 years, yet that span of time was but a brief chapter in the longer tale of his existence. Before he had taken the form of an old man with a staff and a pointed hat, before he had become Gandalf the Grey, wanderer of the roads and meddler in the affairs of the free peoples, he had been something altogether different. In the west, beyond the Great Sea, beyond even the sight of the keen-eyed elves, lay Valinor, the Blessed Realm, the Undying Lands where dwelt the Valar, the powers of the world. And in Valinor, in gardens that grew beneath trees whose light predated sun and moon, there had walked a spirit clad in raiment of silver and blue. That spirit had borne the name Olórin, and he had been counted among the Maiar, the lesser Ainur who served the Valar in their ordering of the world. To remember those days now, sitting upon cold stone in the gathering dark of Middle-earth, was to recall a dream half forgotten upon waking, beautiful and terrible in its clarity yet somehow removed, as though it had happened to someone else entirely. Yet it had been him. He was Olórin still, though that name was seldom spoken now, and the memories of his life in the Blessed Realm remained as vivid as the day they were made, preserved in a mind that knew no decay or dimming with age. He remembered the gardens of Lórien, where he had often walked among flowers that sang, and trees that whispered wisdom in the rustling of their leaves. He remembered the great halls of Manwë upon the peak of Tanicatil, highest of all mountains, where the king of the Valar held council, and looked out upon all the lands beneath the stars. He remembered the forge fires of Auli, whose craft had shaped the bones of the earth itself, and the green hills where Yavanna sang the first growing things into being. Most of all, he remembered Nienna, she who dwelt in the west of the west, in halls draped with grey mists where she mourned for all the sorrows of the world. It was from her that Olórin had learned pity and patience, and it was in her gardens that he had first glimpsed the tears of things, understanding that all beauty must be touched by grief, and that only through sorrow could joy be fully comprehended. Nienna had taught him to look upon the marred world with compassion rather than despair, to see in every ending the seed of a new beginning, and to carry hope even into the darkest places. It was this learning more than any power of fire or storm that had prepared him for the task that would one day bring him to Middle-earth. For the Valar had debated long concerning the growing darkness in the east, where Sauron, once servant of the fallen Valar Morgoth, had taken form again and threatened all the free peoples of Middle-earth. The Eldar who dwelt in those lands had cried out for aid, and the Valar, bound by ancient decrees not to intervene directly in the affairs of Middle-earth lest they should unmake what they had made, had sought another solution. They would send emissaries, wisely counselors clad in the forms of old men, who might guide and inspire the peoples of Middle-earth to resist the shadow with their own strength and courage. 5 such messengers would go forth, bearing the shape of the Storie, the wizards, and among them, chosen by Manwë himself at the urging of Nienna, would be Olórin. How he had resisted that calling at first. He had stood in the gardens of Lórien beneath the silver boughs of Telperion, whose light no longer shone since the making of the sun and moon, and he had spoken his doubts aloud. Who was he to carry such a burden? Kurumo, who would become Saruman, possessed far greater knowledge of the crafts and devices of the enemy. Eowendil, who would take the name Radagast, understood better the ways of all growing things, and could speak with bird and beast. Even the 2 blue wizards, LOTR and Pallando, seemed better suited to the task, for they were bold where he was cautious, quick to action where he preferred contemplation and slow counsel. Yet Manwë had been adamant, and Nienna had smiled her sad smile and touched his shoulder with a hand that was both comfort and command. "You will go because you doubt," she had said, and her voice had been like wind over still waters. "The proud and the certain shall trust too much in their own strength and be led astray. But you, who question your own wisdom, shall not easily fall into the trap of believing yourself above the people you are sent to serve. You will walk among them not as a lord, but as a friend, and in that friendship shall be your greatest power." And so he had consented, though his heart had been heavy with foreboding. He had laid aside the silver and blue that had been his raiment in Valinor, and had taken instead the grey that would become his hallmark in Middle-earth. He had diminished himself, accepting the limitations of flesh and the vulnerability of mortal form, though death could not truly claim him. His memories of Valinor would remain, but they would be veiled, distant, lest they distract him from the task at hand, or fill him with such longing for the West that he could not bear to remain in Middle-earth. Only in rare moments, on nights like this when the barriers grew thin, would he permit himself to fully remember all that he had been and all that he had left behind. The sound of a footstep on stone brought Gandalf back to the present. He opened his eyes and found that full darkness had fallen while he sat lost in memory. The stars blazed overhead now in their multitudes, and among them he could see Eärendil's ship sailing in the western sky, bearing the Silmaril that was the last link between Middle-earth and the Blessed Realm. A figure approached through the gloom, moving with the grace that marked all the firstborn, and, as the starlight fell upon fair features and dark hair, Gandalf recognized Elrond, the half-elven lord of Rivendell. "Mithrandir," Elrond said softly, using the name by which the elves knew him. "You sit alone beneath the stars on a night when the halls below are filled with song and fellowship. Does some shadow trouble your heart, or do you simply seek the quiet counsel of the heavens?" Gandalf smiled, though there was a wistfulness in the expression that Elrond, with his ancient sight, could not fail to notice. "I seek no counsel this night, my friend, but rather the company of memory. There are times when the weight of years presses upon even the mightiest, and we who have walked long in the world feel the pull of all that has gone before. Tonight the wind carries voices from far away, and I find myself remembering days that dawned before the sun first rose." Elrond settled himself upon a neighbouring stone, his movements unhurried and graceful. The Lord of Rivendell had seen 3 ages of Middle-earth pass, had stood at the side of Gil-galad when the last alliance marched against Sauron, had witnessed the fading of his kind, and the diminishment of all things fair and elvish in the mortal lands. Yet even his great span of years was but a fraction of what Gandalf had known, and he understood that the wizard carried memories that stretched back to the very music of creation itself. "You remember Valinor," Elrond said, and it was not a question but a gentle acknowledgement. "I have seen that look before in the eyes of my father when he returned from the west, and in the faces of those elves who sailed from the Grey Havens to seek again the Undying Lands. It is the look of one who has known a joy so pure and complete that all earthly pleasures seem but shadows in comparison." Gandalf nodded slowly, his gaze still fixed upon the western stars. "I do remember, though I am not supposed to let such memories overwhelm me. We who came as the Astari were meant to set aside the fullness of our power and the clarity of our former existence. lest we become as the Valar themselves and seek to dominate rather than to guide. Yet tonight, something in the turning of the season or the quality of the starlight has unlocked doors in my mind that usually remain closed, and I find myself walking again in gardens that no mortal foot shall ever tread. "Tell me," Elrond urged, "for though I was born in Middle-earth and have never looked upon the Blessed Realm with these eyes, my father has spoken of its wonders, and I would hear your account. What was it like, Mithrandir, to walk in Valinor when the world was young?" For a long moment, Gandalf was silent, gathering his thoughts like one who seeks to translate an experience beyond words into the poor vessel of language. Then he began to speak, and his voice took on a quality that seemed to resonate with something older and deeper than the form he wore, as though Olórin himself spoke through the guise of the Grey Wanderer. "Imagine, if you can, a land where the very light is different, not the light of sun or moon, for they had not yet been made, but the light of the two trees, Telperion and Lórien, whose radiance held all the colours of creation and whose glow was mingled with song. The trees stood in the courts of Valimar, the city of the Valar, and their light waxed and waned in a rhythm that was the first measure of time in the world. When Telperion bloomed, the land was bathed in silver, and every dewdrop that formed upon leaf and petal held a fragment of starlight. When Lórien blazed, all things turned to gold, and even the shadows seemed warm and welcoming. I walked beneath those trees, Elrond. I stood in their light and felt it soak into the very essence of my being. It was not mere illumination, but a presence, a consciousness, as though the light itself were alive and aware, and took joy in all things it touched. The memory of that light haunts me still, and sometimes in the grey dawn of Middle-earth, when the sun first breaks above the horizon and gilds the world in temporary gold, I catch an echo of Lórien's glory, and my heart aches with longing. But it was not only the light that made Valinor a place apart from all other realms. The land itself was shaped by the hands of the Valar, each according to their nature and domain. Auli the Smith had raised mountains that touched the sky, their peaks crowned with snow that never melted, and in the deeps beneath them he had delved halls where his folk, the Maiar who served him, wrought wonders of craft that would make even the greatest works of the dwarves seem crude by comparison. I learned much in those halls, watching as Auli shaped metal and stone with song and will, teaching his students that true craft comes not from domination of matter, but from understanding its inner nature and helping it to become what it most desires to be. Yavanna, the giver of fruits, had planted gardens that stretched from the walls of Valimar to the shores of the outer sea. Every flower that has ever bloomed in Middle-earth was first conceived in her mind and brought forth in those gardens, and many more besides that were too fair or too strange to thrive in mortal lands. There were trees whose fruit granted visions of things far distant in time and space, and meadows where the grass sang in harmony with the wind. I walked often in those gardens in my early days, learning the names and natures of all growing things, and Yavanna would sometimes speak with me, her voice like the rustling of leaves in summer, teaching me to see the connections between all living things and to understand that even the smallest flower held a purpose in the great design. The sea that bounded Valinor to the west was unlike any ocean that laps the shores of Middle-earth. It was called Ekaya, the encircling sea, and it marked the boundary between the world and the void beyond. Ulmo, Lord of Waters, dwelt in its depths, and his music rose from the waves in great choruses that could be heard even in the furthest corners of Valinor. I would stand sometimes upon the shore at evening, when the light of the trees mingled with the twilight and the sea turned to liquid silver and gold, and I would listen to Ulmo's songs. They spoke of all the waters of the world, of every river and stream, every lake and ocean in Middle-earth, for Ulmo's domain extended far beyond Valinor, and his consciousness touched every drop of water that fell as rain, or flowed in hidden underground courses. Yet of all the Valar, it was Nienna to whom I felt the greatest kinship, and from whom I learned the lessons that would prove most valuable in my long years in Middle-earth. Her halls lay in the west of Valinor, beyond even the gardens of Lórien, in a place where mists gathered and the light of the trees came dim and softened. Some thought her domain sorrowful and shunned it, preferring the bright halls of Valimar or the green hills where Orome the hunter rode. But I found in Nienna's presence a deep peace that surpassed understanding. She dwelt in contemplation of all the suffering of the world, all the grief and pain that came from the marring of creation by Melkor, who was called Morgoth by those he oppressed. Where others turned away from sorrow or sought to forget it in revelry and song, Nienna embraced it, understanding that grief was not weakness, but a form of love, the price paid for caring deeply about things that could be lost. She taught me that pity could be a strength greater than wrath, that mercy could achieve what force could not, and that hope must be carried even into the darkest places, especially into the darkest places, for there it was needed most. I would sit with her in her grey halls, and she would show me visions of Middle-earth, of the struggles and sorrows of elves and men, of the slow corruption of fair things by the shadow. At first, these visions filled me with despair, for the suffering seemed endless and the darkness inexorable. But Nienna taught me to look deeper, to see beyond the immediate pain to the courage and love that shone all the brighter for being tested. She showed me how a single act of kindness could ripple outward through time, touching lives in ways the doer could never imagine. She revealed to me how hope, even when seemingly extinguished, could kindle again from the smallest ember, growing into a flame that no darkness could fully quench. It was Nienna who prepared me, though I did not know it then, for the long years I would spend in Middle-earth. She taught me to walk humbly among those I would serve, to offer counsel rather than commands, to inspire rather than compel. Most importantly, she taught me that true power lay not in dominion over others, but in the ability to awaken the strength that already dwelt within them, to help them see their own courage and capability when they had lost sight of it themselves. Gandalf paused in his narrative, and Elrond saw that the wizard's eyes glistened with unshed tears, though whether they were tears of sorrow or joy or some mingling of both, he could not say. The night had grown deeper around them, and the stars wheeled slowly overhead in their ancient patterns that had been set in the heavens before the awakening of the Firstborn. There was music everywhere in Valinor, Gandalf continued, his voice softer now, almost dreaming. Not just the songs of the Valar and the Maiar, though those were glorious beyond measure, but a deeper music that underlay all things. It was the echo of the great music, the Ainur, through which the world itself had been conceived and brought into being. Before there was form or substance, before light and dark, before time itself began its measured march, there was the music, sung by the Ainur in the presence of Ilúvatar, the One, the creator of all. I was there, Elrond. I sang in that great chorus, though my voice was small among the mighty. I heard the themes that Ilúvatar proposed, and I wove my own voice into the vast tapestry of sound. It was a music beyond description, for it contained within it all that would ever be. Every mountain and valley, every star in the firmament, every creature that would walk or fly or swim, every moment of joy and sorrow that the world would know from its beginning to its end. We sang the world into being, and as we sang, we saw it take shape before us, a vision of beauty and complexity that filled us with wonder. But there was one among us who sought to sing his own song, to impose his will upon the music and bend it to his own design. Melkor, the mightiest of the Ainur, proud and ambitious, introduced themes of his own devising that clashed with the harmonies Ilúvatar had ordained. Where the music spoke of order and beauty, Melkor sang of chaos and domination. Where it celebrated diversity and growth, he insisted upon uniformity and control. His discord spread through the music like a stain, and many of the Ainur faltered in their singing, uncertain how to respond to this rebellion. Yet Ilúvatar was not dismayed. Twice he introduced new themes that encompassed and transformed Melkor's discord, weaving it into a greater harmony that was all the richer for including both consonance and dissonance, both light and shadow. And at the last, he showed us the vision complete, and we saw that even Melkor's attempts at destruction had been turned to purposes beyond his understanding, that his evil would ultimately serve to make the final victory all the sweeter and the valor of those who resisted him all the more glorious. This was the great lesson of the music, Gandalf said, and his voice carried a weight of profound conviction, that evil, for all its power and malice, cannot create anything new. It can only twist and corrupt what good has made, and in the end, it must serve purposes greater than itself, however unwillingly. Melkor became Morgoth, the Black Enemy, and wrought terrible evils in Middle-earth. His servant Sauron continues his master's dark work, even now. Yet their every action, their every cruelty, is bound within the larger music, and they cannot escape the design of the One, though they may think themselves free and mighty. This is why I carry hope, even into the darkest places. Why I believe that the smallest person can change the course of the future. Why I trust in the courage of mortals though they are weak, and their lives brief as mayflies. For I remember the music, and I know that every voice matters, that every choice echoes through the vast halls of creation, and that even the humblest of the free peoples may play a part in the great themes that will determine the fate of the world. Elrond listened in silence, his ageless face thoughtful. You speak of things that even I, who am accounted wise among my people, can barely comprehend. To have stood in the presence of Ilúvatar himself, to have heard the music before the world began, these are experiences beyond the reach of even the eldest of the Eldar. Yet, you bear this knowledge not as a burden of pride, but as a responsibility, and I think that is why you were chosen to come to Middle-earth, when others, perhaps more powerful, were passed over. Gandalf inclined his head in acknowledgement. Pride is a trap that has snared many who came from the Blessed Realm. Melkor fell to pride, believing himself equal to Ilúvatar, and worthy to shape the world according to his own will. Even among the Valar, there are those who have at times placed their own judgments above the greater good, and much sorrow has come from such errors. I was chosen, I think, not because I am the wisest or the strongest, but because I know my own limitations and do not seek to exceed them. When I came to Middle-earth, I came not as a conqueror or a ruler, but as a wanderer, a counselor, a friend to those who would accept my friendship. I was given power enough to face the servants of the enemy, but not so much that I would be tempted to seize control and rule in his stead. For that is always the great danger, is it not? That in fighting evil, we become like it. That in seeking to impose our will for good, we become tyrants ourselves, believing that the ends justify the means, and that our wisdom gives us the right to override the choices of others. I have walked now in Middle-earth for more than 2,000 years, and I have seen many things, both fair and foul. I have watched kingdoms rise and fall, have seen heroes live and die, have witnessed both the nobility and the weakness of all the free peoples. And through it all, I have tried to remain true to the lessons I learnt in Valinor, to serve rather than to rule, to guide rather than to command, to awaken the strength in others rather than to make them dependent upon my power. Yet there are times, Elrond, when the weight of memory becomes almost too heavy to bear. To remember the light of the two trees and then to see the grey skies of Middle-earth, to recall the songs of Valinor and then to hear the crude music of mortal lands, to have known the presence of the Valar and then to walk among people who have forgotten even the names of the powers, this is a sorrow that never entirely fades. I do not regret my coming, for the task I was given is needful and just, but I will not pretend that it has been easy, or that I do not long for the West with an aching that sometimes threatens to overwhelm me. There are moments when I stand upon a shore and look westward across the sea, and the temptation to depart, to abandon my task, and return to the peace and beauty of Valinor is almost irresistible. What stops me is not my own strength of will, but the memory of Nienna's teaching, the understanding that suffering accepted and borne with patience can be transformed into something meaningful and even beautiful. I remain because I must, because the free peoples need whatever wisdom and aid I can offer, because the shadow grows and there are too few who remember the light. Gandalf fell silent, and for a time the two sat together without speaking, each lost in his own thoughts. The night deepened further, and the air grew chill. From the valley below came the faint sound of singing, as the elves of Rivendell raised their voices in an evening hymn. The melody drifted up to where the two ancient beings sat, and Gandalf tilted his head to listen, a small smile touching his weathered features. "Even here," he murmured, "even in this fading world, beauty endures. The elves carry within them something of the light of Valinor, for they awoke beneath the stars and learned their first songs from the Valar themselves. When I hear them sing, I am reminded that Middle-earth is not wholly bereft of grace, that echoes of the Blessed Realm linger still in hidden corners and secret places." Elrond's expression grew contemplative. "Tell me, Mithrandir, of the Eldar in Valinor. My father has spoken of them, of course, and many who dwell here in Rivendell have returned from the west and remember its splendors. But you knew them in those early days, before the rebellion and the exile, before the long sundering. What were they like when the world was young and their people had not yet tasted grief?" Gandalf's eyes grew distant again, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of profound memory. The Eldar in Valinor were as children discovering a garden of wonders for the first time, yet children with the wisdom and grace that is unique to the firstborn. When they first came to the Blessed Realm, led by Orome the Hunter across the mountains and through the passes, they were filled with such joy and wonder that even the Valar marveled at them. For the elves were the first of the speaking peoples to awaken in Middle-earth, and they carried within them a freshness, a capacity for delight and sorrow that none of the Ainur possessed. I remember the first time I encountered them in Tirion upon Tuna, the great city that the Noldor built upon the hill overlooking the sea. The buildings gleamed white in the mingled light of the two trees, and the streets rang with laughter and song. The Noldor were ever the most skilled in craft and lore among the Eldar, and they filled their city with wonders, works of such beauty and intricacy that even Owly the Smith praised them. I walked among them often, listening to their debates in the squares, watching as they experimented with new forms of art and music, marveling at their seemingly limitless creativity. Fëanor was among them then, though he was young and had not yet crafted the Silmarils or spoken the words that would doom his people to ages of suffering. Even in those days, his genius shone like a star, and all who met him felt the force of his personality, the intensity of his passion for creation and knowledge. I remember thinking even then that such brilliance could illuminate the world or consume it, depending on the choices he made. Would that he had chosen more wisely. But there was also gentleness in Valinor, a peace that the Eldar had not known in Middle-earth, where they had awakened in darkness and dwelt long before the rising of the moon and sun. In the gardens of Lórien, the Vanyar would gather, fairest of all the elven kindreds, their golden hair seeming to capture and hold the light of Lórien itself. They loved best the songs and poems, and they would sit in circles beneath the silver trees, their voices rising in harmonies so pure that the very air seemed to shimmer with their music. I learned much from them about the power of words rightly spoken, about how language itself could become a form of prayer and praise. The Teleri, who dwelt by the shores of the sea in the haven of Alqualonde, were dearest to Ulmo's heart, and they became the master mariners of Valinor. They built ships of such grace and beauty that they seemed more like great swans than vessels of wood and sail, and they sang as they sailed upon the bay of Eldamar, their voices mingling with the music of the waves. I would stand sometimes upon the quays of their harbour, watching as they departed on voyages of discovery along the coast, and I envied them their freedom and their joy in simple things. Yet even in Valinor, even in the blessed realm where darkness could not enter and the light of the trees banished all shadow, there were whispers of trouble to come. Melkor had been chained after his first rebellion, bound in the halls of Mandos for 3 ages of the world. But when his sentence was complete, the Valar in their mercy released him, hoping that he had repented of his evil. He had not. He walked free in Valinor, and though he pretended friendship and offered fair counsel, he was secretly sowing discord among the Noldor, planting seeds of suspicion and discontent that would eventually bear bitter fruit. "I saw him once," Gandalf said, and his voice grew heavy with remembered sorrow. "It was in the courts of Valimar, during a great feast when all the peoples of the Blessed Realm had gathered to celebrate. Melkor stood among the Valar, tall and terrible in his beauty, his words honeyed and his manner gracious. Yet I, who had heard him sing discord in the great music, could sense the malice that lay beneath his fair seeming. His eyes, when he thought himself unobserved, were cold as winter stars, and there was in him a hunger that could never be satisfied, a void that sought to consume all light and life. I spoke of my misgivings to Nienna, but she told me that the judgment of Melkor belonged to Manwë alone, and that it was not for lesser beings to second-guess the decisions of the Elder King. Yet she counseled me to be watchful and to trust in the wisdom of Ilúvatar, who could bring good even from the evil that Melkor wrought. Her words proved prophetic, though the path from evil to good would be long and stained with blood and tears. For Melkor's poison worked its way through the hearts of many of the Noldor, and nowhere did it find more fertile ground than in the spirit of Fëanor. The great craftsman had created the Silmarils, 3 jewels that captured within them the light of the 2 trees, preserving that radiance in crystalline form. They were the greatest works of craft that any of the children of Ilúvatar had ever made, and Fëanor loved them with a possessive passion that bordered on madness. When Melkor, aided by the monstrous spider Ungoliant, destroyed the 2 trees and stole the Silmarils, Fëanor's grief and rage knew no bounds. I stood in Tirion on the night when Fëanor delivered his great speech, calling upon the Noldor to abandon Valinor and return to Middle-earth in pursuit of Melkor, whom they now named Morgoth, the Black Enemy. The words he spoke were like a fire, igniting the passions of his people and drowning out the voices of reason and caution. Even I, who knew the cost that such a rebellion would exact, felt the pull of his rhetoric, the seductive promise of glory and vengeance. But I did not join the Noldor when they departed, for I knew that their path led to sorrow, and that pride, not justice, drove many of them forth. The night they left was a night of horror, such as Valinor had never known. At Alqualondë, when the Teleri refused to give up their ships to aid the Noldor in their departure, Fëanor and his sons attacked their own kindred, slaying many and seizing the swan ships by force. The harbour ran red with blood, and the wailing of the Teleri rose to the heavens, a sound of such anguish that even the Valar wept to hear it. This was the first kinslaying, and it stained the Noldor with a guilt they would carry through all the ages of their exile. I saw the aftermath, Gandalf continued, his voice barely above a whisper. I walked through the streets of Alqualondë where the dead lay unburied, their fair forms broken and bloodied. I saw the ships departing, bearing the rebels away to Middle-earth and to the doom that awaited them there. And I knew then, with a certainty that pierced my heart like a blade, that the age of innocence was over, that the Eldar had fallen from their high estate, and that the world would never again know the pure joy that had once dwelt in Valinor. After the departure of the Noldor, a shadow fell upon the Blessed Realm. The light of the trees was gone, devoured by Ungoliant's hunger and Melkor's malice, and though Yavanna and Nienna sang over them with all their power, they could not restore what had been destroyed. From the last fruit of Telperion and the last flower of Lórien, the Valar fashioned the moon and the sun, setting them in the sky to give light to Middle-earth, where the great dramas of the future would unfold. But the light of these new lamps was harsher than what had been before, and many in Valinor mourned the passing of the elder days. I remained in Valinor through all the long ages that followed, Gandalf continued, watching as the Blessed Realm slowly adapted to its diminished state. It was a strange time, for though the moon and sun brought their own beauty, and though the gardens still bloomed and the fountains still sang, there was a sense of something lost that could never be fully recovered. The Valar themselves seemed changed, more withdrawn, more cautious in their dealings with the children of Ilúvatar. They had learned at great cost that even the best intentions could lead to tragedy when free will was involved. Many of the Maiar who had delighted in walking among the Eldar now kept more to the halls of their masters, uncertain how to relate to a people who had proven capable of such violence and betrayal. But I found that I could not distance myself so easily. The very lessons Nienna had taught me about pity and compassion compelled me to feel more deeply, not less, the tragedy of what had occurred. I grieved for the Noldor who had departed into exile, knowing the suffering that awaited them in Middle-earth. I mourned for the Teleri who had been slain by their own kindred, and I wept for the innocence that all the Eldar had lost, the trust that could never be fully restored. In those days I spent much time in the gardens of Ulmo. He who was called Lórien, the master of dreams and visions, his spouse Este dwelt with him there, she who gives rest and healing to the weary, and together they maintained a place of peace where the sorrows of the world could be temporarily set aside. The gardens were filled with trees whose leaves whispered of sleep and forgetfulness, and pools whose waters reflected not what was, but what might have been, showing visions of paths not taken and choices unmade. I would sit beside those pools for hours, gazing into their depths and seeing the many possible futures that branched out from every decision, every action, like a great tree with countless limbs. I saw futures where the Noldor remained in Valinor and never knew the suffering of their long exile, but also never knew the courage and nobility that such suffering would forge in them. I saw worlds where Melkor had never been released from his chains, but also worlds where his evil, unchecked, consumed all light forever. And I began to understand more deeply what Ilúvatar had shown us in the music, that good and evil were woven together in ways too complex for even the Valar to fully comprehend, and that attempts to prevent all suffering might also prevent the growth and glory that could arise from it. Ulmo himself would sometimes join me in these contemplations, his presence bringing a clarity and peace that calmed my troubled thoughts. He spoke to me of the nature of hope, explaining that it was not the naive belief that all would be well, but rather the choice to trust in meaning and purpose, even when darkness seemed overwhelming. True hope, he said, requires courage, for it means continuing to believe in possibility when all evidence suggests defeat, continuing to act with kindness when cruelty seems more practical, continuing to love when loss is inevitable. These teachings stayed with me, lodging deep in my spirit where they would sustain me through the long years in Middle-earth, for I was learning, slowly and sometimes painfully, that the role I would eventually be called to play required not strength of arms but strength of heart, not the power to compel but the ability to inspire, not the certainty of victory but the willingness to strive, even in the face of possible failure. The ages turned, and in Middle-earth, the great dramas unfolded as the Nala fought their hopeless war against Morgoth. News came to Valinor sporadically, brought by the eagles of Manwë who flew over the sundering seas, or whispered by Ulmo through the dreams of those who still listened to the music of the waters. We heard of the founding of hidden kingdoms, of great battles won and lost, of heroes who blazed like stars before being extinguished by the darkness. We learned of the awakening of men, the second-born, who unlike the elves were granted the gift of mortality, their lives brief but burning, with an intensity that even the firstborn could not match. I stood often in those days upon the borders of Valinor, looking eastward, though my eyes could not pierce the veils that separated the blessed realm from the mortal lands. I felt the weight of all that suffering, all that struggle, and I wondered what purpose I could serve in such conflicts. I was not a warrior like some of the Maiar who served Tulkas or Orome. I had no great skill in craft like those who learnt at Owley's Forge. My strengths, such as they were, lay in understanding and compassion, in the ability to see into hearts and perceive the potential for both good and evil that dwelt there. What use were such gifts in a world at war? Yet Nienna assured me that my time would come, that the skills I was developing would prove more valuable than swords or spells. She set me tasks that seemed strange and humble, asking me to walk among the animals of Valinor and learn their simple wisdom, to tend gardens and understand the patience required for growth, to study the patterns of wind and weather, and see how the smallest breath could turn a storm's path. At the time, I did not fully grasp the purpose of these lessons, but I trusted her guidance and applied myself diligently to whatever she asked. I also spent time with Manwë upon the heights of Tanaketl, learning from the Elder King the arts of discernment and judgment. Manwë's palace stood upon the mountain's peak, so high that clouds gathered about its base and eagles nested in its towers. From there he could see all that occurred in Middle-earth, and he would sometimes show me visions of the struggles taking place so far away. I saw the fall of great kingdoms, the betrayal of oaths, the corruption of noble hearts by Morgoth's malice. But I also saw acts of courage and sacrifice that shone like jewels against the darkness. Moments when individuals chose good over evil despite terrible cost, instances of mercy that changed the courses of wars and altered the fates of nations. Watch carefully, Manwë would tell me, and remember what you see. The great events of history are shaped not only by the powerful and the mighty, but by the choices of ordinary people who find within themselves extraordinary courage when the need is greatest. A kind word spoken at the right moment, a hand extended in friendship to an enemy, a refusal to yield to despair when all seems lost. These things matter more than you might imagine. They are the threads from which the tapestry of redemption is woven. I took his words to heart, storing them away like precious gems in the treasury of my memory. And as the first age of Middle-earth drew toward its climax, as the host of the Valar at last went to war against Morgoth and cast him down into the void, I felt a stirring in my spirit, so a sense that my own role in the great drama was approaching. After Morgoth's defeat, there was rejoicing in Valinor such as had not been known since the days before the Darkening. The Noldor who had survived the wars were pardoned and invited to return, and many did so, though some chose to remain in Middle-earth, having grown to love the mortal lands despite all their sorrow. I stood upon the shores when the first ships arrived bearing the exiles home, and I wept to see how changed they were. The light in their eyes was dimmed by the horrors they had witnessed, and they moved with the wariness of those who have learned that the world is more dangerous and complex than they had ever imagined in their youth. Yet there was also a depth to them that had not been there before, a wisdom born of suffering that made them in some ways greater than they had been when they departed, in pride and folly. They had paid a terrible price for their rebellion, but they had also learned lessons that could not have been taught in any other way. Watching them, I began to understand more fully what Ilúvatar had meant when he said that even evil could be turned to good in the end, that Melkor's discord would ultimately enrich rather than diminish the final music. But the peace that followed Morgoth's fall was not to last forever. In Middle-earth, the servant had survived, though the master had fallen. Sauron, who had been Morgoth's lieutenant and had learned much of his master's craft in domination and deception, had hidden himself away during the final war. Now he emerged again, gathering his strength and seeking to claim for himself the dark throne that Morgoth had lost. The Second Age had begun, and with it new struggles, new sorrows, and new tests for the free peoples of Middle-earth. It was during the darkest days of the Second Age, when Sauron's power had grown to rival that of his former master, that the Valar began to debate what should be done. In the great council chamber of Mahanaxar, the Ring of Doom where the powers gathered to discuss matters of grave import, voices were raised in concern and disagreement. Some argued for direct intervention, for sending a host to Middle-earth, as had been done against Morgoth. Others counselled patience, trusting that the free peoples would find within themselves the strength to resist the shadow without aid from the west. The debate stretched across years, for the Valar measured time differently than the children of Ilúvatar, and what seemed endless delay to suffering mortals was to them merely careful deliberation. I was not present at those councils, for I was not counted among the great and mighty whose voices carried weight in such gatherings. But Nienna would visit me afterward, her grey robes trailing mist, and she would speak of what had been discussed. She told me of Manwë's reluctance to intervene directly, born not of indifference, but of hard-won wisdom. The Valar had learned from their past actions that overwhelming power, even wielded with good intent, could cause as much harm as benefit. When they had gone to war against Morgoth, the very shape of Middle-earth had been broken and reforged. Entire regions sunk beneath the waves, mountains raised where valleys had been. Countless innocent lives had been lost in the cataclysm of that conflict. Moreover, there was the matter of free will, that most precious and dangerous of gifts that Ilúvatar had granted to his children. If the Valar simply swept in and removed every threat, every challenge, would not the elves and men become dependent, forever looking to the west for salvation rather than finding courage and nobility within themselves? The very struggles that seemed so cruel and pointless from the perspective of those enduring them might be forging virtues that could be gained in no other way. Yet to stand aside and watch suffering unfold when one had the power to prevent it, that too carried a terrible cost. The answer, when it finally emerged from those long deliberations, was a compromise that satisfied none completely, but seemed the wisest course available. The Valar would send emissaries to Middle-earth, beings of power and wisdom who could counsel and guide but not dominate, who would inspire resistance to the shadow, but not fight the battles that properly belonged to the free peoples themselves. These emissaries would be diminished from their full strength, taking the forms of old men, so that they would not overawe those they were meant to serve. They would be subject to weariness and pain, though not to death, as mortals knew it, and they would carry with them the wisdom of ages, but also the humility of apparent weakness. 5 would be sent, Manwë decreed, each chosen for different virtues and purposes. Kurumo, who was called Saruman by those in Middle-earth, would go as the chief of the Order, for he had long studied the devices and strategies of the enemy, and knew much of the arts of ring-making and the corruption of power. Eywindil, or Radagast as he would become known, would go as a friend to all beasts and birds, keeping watch over the wild places and maintaining the balance of nature. 2 others, Alatar and Palando, would journey into the far east and south, seeking to raise resistance against Sauron in regions where his influence was strongest and oldest. And the 5th would be Olórin, though he more than any other protested his selection. I remember that day with perfect clarity, how Nienna came to me in the gardens where I walked, and told me that Manwë had named me among the chosen. My heart, which until that moment had been troubled only by concern for Middle-earth's suffering, now contracted with a fear more personal and immediate. I fell to my knees before her, my hands grasping at the hem of her grey robes, as though I were a child seeking comfort from a parent. "I cannot," I told her, my voice breaking with the intensity of my dismay. "You have taught me much, Lady Nienna, but I am not suited for such a task. I am not wise like Kurumo, who has studied the enemy's ways for ages uncounted. I am not strong in the ways of combat, nor do I have great skill in craft or command. Send another in my place, one more worthy of the trust you would place in them. I will fail in this mission. I know it in my heart, and my failure will bring suffering to those I am meant to protect." Nienna raised me to my feet, her touch gentle but firm, and she looked upon me with eyes that held all the sorrows of the world, yet remained unbowed by their weight. "It is precisely because you doubt yourself that you are suited to this task, Olórin," she said. "The others have confidence in their own wisdom and power, and confidence can become pride if unchecked. But you know your limitations, and that knowledge will keep you humble when humility is most needed. You will not seek to rule over those you are sent to serve, nor will you trust in your own strength alone. These qualities matter more than all the law and power that others possess. But what if I fail?" I asked again, the question torn from some deep place within my spirit. What if my weakness leads to the triumph of darkness? How could I bear such a burden of guilt? She smiled then, a sad and beautiful expression that held within it understanding of every fear and doubt that any being had ever experienced. "You will not fail," she said, "though the path will be harder than you can imagine and the victories fewer than you might hope. But even if you did fail, even if darkness triumphed despite your best efforts, that would not diminish the worth of trying. It is not the outcome alone that matters, Olórin, but the choices made along the way, the courage shown in the face of overwhelming odds, the refusal to surrender hope, even when hope seems foolish. These things have value in themselves, regardless of whether they lead to victory or defeat." Her words gave me strength, though they did not entirely dispel my fears. I bowed my head in acceptance, knowing that I could not refuse the task that had been laid upon me, however inadequate I felt to its demands. And so I began to prepare for the journey to Middle-earth, setting aside the raiment of Valinor and taking up the grey robes and weathered staff that would become my symbols in the mortal lands. The other Maiar who had been chosen gathered with me in the courts of Valimar for a final council before our departure. Kurumo stood tall and proud in robes of white, his bearing regal and his eyes bright with confidence in the mission ahead. He spoke much of strategy and planning, of the alliances we would forge and the knowledge we would gather. I, Wendil, ever distracted by the natural world, kept turning to watch birds that flew past or to examine flowers growing in the courtyard. The two blue wizards, Alatar and Palando, were solemn and determined, already looking eastward toward the far lands where their paths would lead them. Manwë addressed us all, his voice carrying the authority of one who spoke not merely his own will, but the purposes of Ilúvatar himself. "You go into a world that has been deeply wounded by evil," he told us, "where darkness has long held sway and hope grows dim in many hearts. You will not go as conquerors or rulers, but as servants and friends. Your power will be limited, your forms will be vulnerable, and you will know weariness and pain as the mortals do. But you will carry with you the wisdom of ages and the memory of a world unmarred, and these gifts may prove more valuable than any strength of arms." He looked at each of us in turn, and when his eyes met mine, I felt the full weight of his expectation and his trust. "You must not despair when progress seems slow or victory distant," he continued. "The Valar themselves learned, at great cost, that some battles cannot be won quickly, that some evils must be allowed to work themselves out so that the good that opposes them may be strengthened and refined. You are being sent not to solve all problems, but to ensure that hope remains alive, that the free peoples do not surrender to despair or succumb to the enemy's lies. Be patient, be wise, and above all, be humble, remembering always that you serve powers greater than yourselves and purposes you may not fully understand." Then Varda, she who was called Elbereth by the elves and who had kindled the stars in the heavens, came forward bearing 5 staffs, each wrought with care and imbued with virtue. She gave them to us one by one, and when she placed mine in my hands, I felt its weight, both physical and spiritual, a tangible symbol of the burden I was accepting. The wood was grey as storm clouds, and when I grasped it, it seemed to recognize me, responding to my will as though it were an extension of my own body, rather than a separate object. We departed from Valinor on a day when the wind blew strong from the west, carrying with it one last gift of the Blessed Realm, before we entered fully into the diminished world of Middle-earth. The ship that bore us was not like the swan vessels of the Teleri, but something plainer and more practical, suitable for the long journey across the sundering seas. As we sailed eastward, I stood at the stern and watched Valinor recede behind us, its mountains growing smaller and fainter, until at last they disappeared beyond the curve of the world. I wept then, though I was not ashamed of my tears. To leave Valinor was to leave behind everything that had given shape and meaning to my existence for ages beyond counting. I was sailing toward uncertainty, toward a world where darkness held sway, and where my own power would be constrained, and my wisdom tested in ways I could not imagine. The other Istari stood with me, each lost in their own thoughts, and I wondered if they too felt the weight of what we were leaving behind, the magnitude of the task before us, the loneliness that would surely come from dwelling among mortals who could never fully understand what we were or where we had come from. The voyage lasted many days, though time seemed strange upon those waters, flowing sometimes swiftly and sometimes slowly, as though the very fabric of duration were different here than in the lands we were leaving or those toward which we sailed. Gulls followed our ship for a while, sent perhaps by Manwë to accompany us part way on our journey, their cries like voices calling us back to the light we had known. But eventually even they turned westward, and we were alone upon the grey expanse of the sea. I spent much of that voyage in contemplation, preparing my mind and spirit for what awaited. I knew from the visions Manwë had shown me that Middle-earth was a realm of great beauty but also great sorrow, where the works of the enemy had left deep scars upon both land and people. I would need to learn new ways of being, to adapt myself to limitations I had never before experienced. In Valinor, I had been able to move as swiftly as thought, to perceive events occurring far away, to shape minor elements of the world through mere will. Now I would walk on aging feet, would see only what lay before my eyes, would need to work through craft and effort rather than innate power. Moreover, I would need to learn the tongues and customs of many peoples, to understand their hopes and fears, their strengths and failings. The elves who dwelt in Middle-earth were different from those I had known in Valinor, shaped by long ages of struggle and loss. The men were utterly new to me, for though I had observed them from afar through Manwë's visions, I had never walked among them or spoken with them directly. And there were other peoples too, dwarves delving in their mountain halls, hobbits dwelling in their pastoral shires, each with their own natures and their own roles to play in the unfolding drama. Ulmo spoke often during the voyage of his plans and intentions. He would establish himself among the wise and the powerful, he said, counseling kings and commanders, working to forge alliances against the enemy. Knowledge was the greatest weapon against Sauron, he argued, and he intended to gather all the lore he could about the rings of power and the strategies of domination that the Dark Lord employed. He spoke well and with apparent wisdom, yet something in his words troubled me, though I could not quite name what it was. Perhaps it was a certain pride in his own cleverness, or a tendency to speak of those he would serve as though they were pieces on a game board, rather than living beings with their own wills and worth. Eywind spoke little, preferring to watch the seabirds and the patterns of wind and wave. When he did speak, it was of his intention to dwell in wild places, far from the cities and courts where Ulmo would work. He would befriend the beasts and birds, he said, and through them keep watch over the land, learning what the keen eyes of eagles and the sharp noses of wolves could tell him about the enemy's movements. His path seemed good to me, though I wondered if he might become so enamored of the natural world that he would forget the needs of the speaking peoples he was also sent to serve. The blue wizards, Alatar and Palando, remained largely silent, their faces turned eastward toward the distant lands where their mission would take them. They would go into regions where Sauron's influence was oldest and deepest, where the memory of Morgoth's reign still poisoned hearts and minds. Theirs would be the hardest task, I thought, for they would work far from any support or fellowship, in lands where even the names of the Valar had been forgotten or twisted into forms of darkness. I prayed that they would remain true to their purpose, and not be overwhelmed by the weight of evil they would encounter. As for myself, I had no clear plan, no grand strategy of the sort that Ulmo outlined with such confidence. Nienna had taught me to trust in providence, to believe that the path would reveal itself step by step rather than all at once. I would wander, I thought, and watch, and listen. I would seek out those who held fast to hope in dark times, those who showed kindness when cruelty would have been easier, those who preserved memory and beauty and wisdom in whatever small corners they could defend against the encroaching shadow. And I would offer what counsel I could, not as a lord or commander, but as a friend and fellow traveller along the difficult road. At last we came to the shores of Middle-earth, landing at the grey havens where Círdan the shipwright dwelt, ancient even among the elves, and wise beyond measure. He greeted us upon the quay, his eyes seeing more than our apparent forms, perceiving something of what we truly were beneath the guise of aged men. He bowed not in submission but in respect, acknowledging the authority we carried without being diminished by it. "You are welcome to Middle-earth," he said, though his voice carried sorrow as well as greeting, for he knew why we had come and what that necessity revealed about the state of the world. Long has this land waited for aid from the west, though many have ceased to hope for it. You come in a dark hour, when the shadow lengthens and the hearts of the free peoples grow weary. May your wisdom and your courage prove equal to the task before you. Círdan gave to each of us gifts suited to our needs and natures. To Kurumo he gave a ring, Narya the Great, one of the 3 rings of the elves, wrought to kindle hearts to courage against despair, or so he intended, though later he would reconsider this gift and give it instead to me, sensing perhaps that Kurumo's pride might make him vulnerable to the very corruption we were meant to resist. To the others he gave various tokens and blessings, words of counsel and warning drawn from his long experience of Middle-earth sorrows and joys. When he came to me, Círdan paused and looked long into my eyes. "I see in you a burden heavier than the others bear," he said softly. "You alone of the Storie carry doubts about your own worthiness for this task, and that doubt is both your greatest weakness and your greatest strength. It will cause you to question your decisions and to move with caution when boldness might seem wiser. Yet, it will also keep you humble and prevent you from the fatal error of believing yourself above error. Walk carefully, Mithrandir, and trust not in your own strength alone, but in the small virtues of ordinary people, for they shall prove mightier than all the power and wisdom of the great." His words struck deep into my heart, confirming what Nienna had told me, yet also revealing new dimensions of the path I must walk. I thanked him and turned to look upon the land that would be my home for long ages to come. The grey havens stood at the edge of the western shore, and beyond them stretched forests and hills, rivers and mountains, all the varied beauty and danger of Middle-earth. The sun was setting as we arrived, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, and I thought how different this light was from the radiance of the 2 trees, yet how it held its own kind of loveliness, a beauty made more precious by its transience. We separated then, each to follow the path laid before them. Kurumo went eastward and southward, toward the great kingdoms of men and the centres of power where his knowledge and counsel might find ready audience. Iwendil turned toward the wild forests of Rovanion, where already birds were gathering to greet him. Alatar and Palando departed together for the far east, and I never saw them again, though I heard rumours throughout the ages of 2 strange wizards who worked in distant lands to undermine Sauron's dominion. As for me, I began to walk, my grey robes already gathering the dust of the road, my staff tapping a rhythm against the stones. I had no destination in mind, only a sense that I should seek out those places and people who most needed whatever small help I could offer. My journey had begun, and though I could not know all that lay ahead, the joys and sorrows, the victories and defeats, the friendships formed, and the betrayals endured, I walked forward with as much courage as I could muster, trusting that the music would guide my steps, even when the path seemed unclear. Gandalf paused in his telling, and Elrond saw that the wizard's eyes had grown distant again, lost in memories of those first tentative steps into a world so different from all he had known. The night had grown deep around them now, and a chill wind stirred the leaves of the trees below. From the valley came the last notes of the evening hymn, fading into silence as the elves of Rivendell sought their rest. Yet the 2 ancient beings remained upon their stone perch, suspended between earth and sky, between past and present. "Tell me of those early days," Elrond said gently. "What was it like to walk for the first time in Middle-earth, to encounter the peoples you had only observed from afar? Did you find what you expected, or were there surprises that no amount of preparation could have anticipated?" A soft smile touched Gandalf's weathered features. Everything surprised me, my friend. Though perhaps I should not have been surprised at all. I had watched Middle-earth from Valinor, had seen visions of its peoples and their struggles. But vision is not the same as presence. To actually walk these roads, to feel the rain upon my face and the weariness in my limbs, to speak with living beings, rather than merely observing them from a distance, it was like awakening from a dream into a reality, both harsher and richer than anything I had imagined. The first thing that struck me was the mortality of it all. In Valinor, everything was permanent, unchanging, save by deliberate choice or great upheaval. The same trees stood for ages. The same flowers bloomed year after year. The same faces greeted you century after century. But here, everything was in flux. I would return to a place I had visited only decades before and find it transformed. The young become old, the strong grown weak, the living passed into memory. It was deeply unsettling at first, this constant change, this relentless march of time that spared nothing and no one. Yet there was also beauty in it, a beauty I had not fully appreciated when viewing Middle-earth from afar. Because things were temporary, they were precious. Because life was brief, it was lived with an intensity unknown in the Blessed Realm. The mortals I met, men in particular, but also others in their own ways, burned with a passion and urgency that made even the longest-lived elves seem sedate by comparison. They loved fiercely, grieved deeply, and poured themselves wholly into every endeavor, knowing that they had not endless ages to accomplish their purposes, but only the brief span allotted to them. I met men first in the northern lands, scattered settlements of hardy folk who eked out livings in difficult country. They were suspicious of strangers, as well they might be in a world where danger lurked in many forms, but they possessed a hospitality that warmed my heart once their initial wariness was overcome. They would share their meager food with a traveler, offer shelter from the storm, ask nothing in return save perhaps a tale or a song to break the monotony of their hard lives. I learned their languages, or rather the many languages they spoke, for men were far more diverse in speech than the elves with their related tongues. I studied their customs, their beliefs, their ways of reckoning kinship and honor, and I began to understand what Ilúvatar had intended in granting them the gift of mortality, for their brief lives gave them a freedom that even the firstborn lacked. They were not bound to the world as the elves were, their fate tied to its fate until the end of days. Instead, they passed beyond the circles of the world to a destiny that even the Valar did not know. This made them at once vulnerable and powerful, easily corrupted by promises of extended life, but also capable of choosing good purely for its own sake, rather than from any calculation of long-term consequence. I met elves as well, of course, in their hidden kingdoms and scattered settlements. They received me with more immediate understanding than the men had done, for they could sense that I was not merely what I appeared, that something of the West clung to me despite my diminished form. In Lindon, and later in Rivendell, which you were even then preparing to found, I found fellowship and wisdom, the chance to speak in Sindarin and Quenya rather than the rougher tongues of men, to share memories of ages past and concerns for ages to come. Yet I saw also how the elves were fading, how the great kingdoms of the First Age had diminished into smaller realms, how many of their people had departed across the sea or withdrawn into hidden valleys and deep forests. They were a people caught between worlds, no longer fully part of Middle-earth, yet unable or unwilling to leave it entirely. They preserved much that was beautiful and worth preserving, kept alive the memory of elder days, maintained bastions of culture and learning against the encroaching darkness. But there was a sadness to them, a sense of holding on to something that could not be permanently kept, of fighting a battle whose ultimate outcome was already determined. It was among the dwarves that I found perhaps the greatest surprise. I had known them in Valinor, or at least known of them, for they had been created by Aule in his impatience for the coming of the children of Ilúvatar, and Ilúvatar in his mercy had granted them true life and independent will. In the Blessed Realm they had been somewhat peripheral, craftsmen and miners who dwelt mostly in the halls of their maker. But here in Middle-earth, they had become a people unto themselves, proud and stubborn, suspicious of outsiders yet loyal beyond measure to those they counted as friends. I visited their halls in the Blue Mountains, and later in other ranges, walking through chambers carved from living rock with a skill that rivaled anything in Valinor. They taught me much about endurance and determination, about the value of craft pursued for its own sake rather than for glory or power. Where men were passionate and changeable, where elves were nostalgic and contemplative, dwarves were steadfast and practical, focused on the work before them with a concentration that admitted no distraction. But it was the hobbits who truly captured my heart, though I did not encounter them until I had walked in Middle-earth for many centuries. I came upon the Shire quite by accident, following roads that led westward from Bree into lands I had not previously explored. And there I found a people who seemed to have no place in the great struggles of the age, who cared nothing for power or glory, who wanted only to live their quiet lives in comfort and peace. At first I thought them insignificant, hardly worth the attention of one sent from Valinor to combat the shadow. They were small, both in stature and in ambition. They had no kingdoms or armies, produced no great works of art or lore, spent their days in pursuits that seemed trivial compared to the weighty matters that occupied the minds of elves and men. They tended their gardens, smoked their pipeweed, ate their multiple meals, and gossiped about their neighbours with an intensity that would have been better directed toward matters of genuine importance. Yet the more time I spent among them, the more I began to understand that they possessed virtues I had not recognized at first glance. They were not corrupted by power because they did not desire it. They were not easily swayed by grand promises because they valued the simple goods they already possessed more than any distant glory. They had courage of a quiet sort, the courage to continue with ordinary kindness and decency even when surrounded by a world that often rewarded neither. And they had a resilience born of their very simplicity, an ability to endure hardship and return to joy that more sophisticated peoples had lost. I began to visit the Shire regularly, timing my arrivals for festivals and celebrations, bringing fireworks that delighted the children and set tongues wagging about the strange old wizard who wandered the roads. I learned the names of families and the histories of feuds, the locations of the best mushroom patches, and the most reliable suppliers of old Toby tobacco. I became, in my own way, part of the fabric of their lives, a recurring figure who brought news from outside and tales of distant lands, who could be counted on for a good story and a spectacular display of pyrotechnics. It was among the hobbits that I learned perhaps the most important lesson of all my time in Middle-earth. Nienna had taught me the value of pity and compassion. Manwë had shown me the importance of ordinary choices in shaping great events, but it was the hobbits who demonstrated concretely what those teachings meant, for they were ordinary beyond measure, concerned with matters that the great and powerful would dismiss as beneath notice, yet they preserved something essential that was being lost in the grander realms of elves and men. They preserved the ability to take joy in simple things, to find contentment in what they had, rather than always grasping for more. They maintained communities bound not by oaths of fealty or strategies of alliance, but by genuine affection and mutual care. They lived as though the shadow did not exist, not from ignorance, but from a stubborn insistence that their simple goods were worth defending, that their ordinary lives had value, regardless of what dark powers might threaten from afar. And I began to suspect, though it would be many years before events proved my intuition correct, that these seemingly insignificant people might have a role to play in the great drama that no one, not even the Valar themselves, had fully anticipated. For if the music taught anything, it was that the smallest voices could sometimes carry melodies that changed the entire song, that what seemed weak and foolish to the mighty might prove to be the very instrument of their salvation. The centuries passed, and I wandered ever through Middle-earth, Gandalf continued, his voice taking on a quality of weariness now, as though the very recounting of such a span of years required effort. I saw kingdoms rise and crumble, watched heroes live and die, bore witness to both the nobility and the folly of all the free peoples. And always, always the shadow grew stronger, despite our best efforts to contain it. Sauron, who had hidden himself after the fall of Morgoth, emerged again in different guises, working his corruption through subtle means when direct confrontation was denied him. I was there when the rings of power were forged, though I did not fully comprehend at the time the magnitude of the disaster unfolding. Ulmo was deeply involved in those events, counseling the elven smiths of a region, sharing knowledge of craft and making that he had learned in the halls of Olé. He believed, I think, that he could help create tools powerful enough to preserve the beauty of Middle-earth against the ravages of time and the assaults of darkness. But he did not see, or chose not to see, how Sauron, in the guise of Anatar the Lord of Gifts, was manipulating those very efforts toward his own ends. When the One Ring was forged, and Sauron's treachery revealed, when the elven smiths realized too late that their works had been compromised, I understood for the first time how subtle and patient evil could be. Sauron had not come as a conqueror with armies at his back. He had come as a friend and counselor, offering gifts and knowledge, winning trust through apparent generosity. And by the time his true nature was revealed, the damage was already done. The rings existed, and though the three remained uncorrupted, they were still bound to the One in ways that made them dangerous to use while Sauron lived. This was a lesson I took deeply to heart. If even the wise and powerful could be deceived, if even those who meant well could be turned unknowingly to serve evil purposes, then constant vigilance was required. I became more cautious in my counsels, more prone to question apparent goods that might hide deeper harms. Some thought me overly suspicious, even paranoid, but I had seen the cost of misplaced trust, and I would not easily forget it. The years of the Second Age drew toward their culmination in war and catastrophe. The last alliance of elves and men marched against Sauron, and I watched from the margins as the great host assembled. I was not a warrior, had never been suited for the clash of armies and the thunder of battle. My strengths lay elsewhere, in the quiet word that turned a heart from despair, in the timely counsel that averted a rash decision, in the preservation of hope when all seemed lost. So I did not march with the alliance, but I supported their cause in other ways, moving among the scattered peoples who remained behind, keeping alive the resistance to shadow in places far from the great battles. When word came of Sauron's defeat, of the cutting of the ring from his hand and the casting down of his physical form, there was rejoicing throughout Middle-earth. Yet I could not fully share in the celebration, for I knew that the ring had not been destroyed, that Isildur had claimed it for his own despite the counsels of Elrond and Círdan. The seed of future tragedy had been planted even in the moment of victory, and though I said nothing to dampen the joy of others, my heart was heavy with foreboding. The Third Age began, and with it came new challenges and sorrows. The Dunedain, the remnants of Númenor's glory, dwindled and scattered. The great kingdoms of men fragmented into smaller realms, often at war with one another. The elves continued their long retreat, fewer with each passing century, as more departed across the sea. And in the shadows, evil stirred again, for Sauron, though diminished, had not been destroyed, and his servants worked to prepare for his eventual return. "It was during these years that I came to know you, Elrond," Gandalf said, turning to regard his companion with affection evident in his ancient eyes. "You were already old when I arrived in Middle-earth, having lived through the catastrophes of the Second Age and borne witness to both the heights and depths of which the Free Peoples were capable. In you I found wisdom that rivaled my own in some matters and exceeded it in others, for you understood Middle-earth in ways I never could, being native to it rather than a stranger from distant shores. Rivendell became a haven for me, a place where I could rest between my wanderings and gather news from across Middle-earth. Here I could speak freely of concerns that others might dismiss or misunderstand. Here I could consult ancient lore and debate the meaning of troubling signs with one whose perspective encompassed ages. Your counsel proved invaluable time and again, steering me away from errors I might have made through ignorance or misapprehension. It was partly at your urging that we formed the White Council, gathering together those of wisdom and power to coordinate resistance against the Shadow. Kurumo, who by then had taken the name Saruman and wore the white robes of the Order's chief, presided over our meetings. Galadriel brought the wisdom and insight of the Eldar, her sight penetrating veils that hid truth from lesser eyes. Círdan came when he could, bearing the perspective of one who had seen ages pass and understood the long patterns of history. And others joined us as well, each contributing what they could to our common purpose. We debated long about the nature of the threat we faced and the best means of countering it. When reports came of a necromancer dwelling in Dol Guldur in southern Mirkwood, spreading corruption through the forest and troubling the peoples who lived nearby, we disputed whether this was merely some lesser evil or something more significant. I suspected the worst, that Sauron himself had returned in new form, but I could not prove it, and Saruman counselled patience, arguing that we should not act rashly without certain knowledge. It was I who finally entered Dol Guldur, walking into that fortress of shadow to confront what dwelt there. The mission nearly cost me everything, for the power I encountered was indeed Sauron, and he was far stronger than I had anticipated. I barely escaped with my life, bearing back to the White Council the certainty that our greatest enemy had returned. Yet even then, Saruman urged delay, and I began to suspect that his caution masked other motives, though I could not yet discern what they were. The centuries continued their march, and I grew ever more weary. This was something I had not anticipated when I accepted the mission to Middle-earth, this deep bone weariness that came not from physical exertion but from the accumulation of sorrows witnessed, hopes disappointed, friends lost to time. The limitations of my mortal form, which I had thought would be merely inconvenient, became a genuine burden. I felt the ache in my joints when storms approached, knew the frustration of a body that could not move as swiftly as thought, experienced the vulnerability of flesh that could be wounded and required time to heal. Yet I endured. For what else could I do? I had been sent for a purpose, and that purpose remained unfulfilled. The shadow still threatened, perhaps more dangerously now than ever before. And I had learned enough of Middle-earth and its peoples to love them despite their flaws, to care deeply about their fate, to commit myself wholly to their defense, regardless of the personal cost. I found solace in small things during those long years. The friendship of the elves, whose long memories allowed for relationships that deepened over centuries rather than decades. The stubborn courage of the Dunedain, rangers who held the wild lands against darkness with little recognition or reward. The craftsmanship of the dwarves, their ability to create beauty and utility from stone and metal through patient skill, and always, the hobbits, whose simple goodness and uncomplicated joy reminded me that not everything in Middle-earth was touched by shadow, that innocence could endure even in darkening times. My visits to the Shire became more frequent as the years passed. I would arrive unannounced, my cart laden with fireworks and curiosities, and the hobbit children would come running to greet me. I attended parties and festivals, told tales of distant lands and ancient days, listened to the gossip and concerns of a people who worried more about the state of their gardens than the state of the world. And I treasured every moment of it, for in their company I could briefly set aside the burden of my knowledge and my fears, could pretend for a few hours that the simple pleasures of good food and cheerful company were all that mattered. It was through my friendship with the hobbits that I came to know Bilbo Baggins, and through Bilbo that I first encountered the ring. When he stumbled upon it in the depths beneath the Misty Mountains during his journey with Thorin Oakenshield and the Dwarf Company, I did not immediately recognize what he had found. It seemed merely a magic ring of some sort, useful for evading enemies but nothing more significant. Yet, something about it troubled me, some quality I could not quite name that set my instincts on edge. It was only years later, after much research and many consultations with scholars of ancient lore, that I began to suspect the truth. And when Bilbo's continued possession of the ring began to affect him in ways both subtle and disturbing, when I saw how it preserved his youth while also troubling his spirit, my suspicions deepened into conviction. This was no ordinary ring, but the One Ring itself, lost for millennia, now found by chance or fate in the hands of a hobbit who had no conception of its true nature or significance. The realization filled me with dread. All the careful plans of the White Council, all our efforts to contain Sauron and limit his power, could be undone if he recovered the ring. Yet there was also a strange hope in it, for if the ring could be destroyed, if we could accomplish what Isildur had failed to do at the end of the Second Age, then Sauron could be defeated permanently, his power broken beyond recovery. And so we come to the present moment, Gandalf said softly, bringing his long narrative full circle. The ring has been found, and the fate of Middle-earth hangs in the balance. Soon there will be a council here in Rivendell, where all the free peoples will gather to decide what must be done. The burden will fall upon someone to carry the ring to its destruction in the fires of Mount Doom, deep in the heart of Sauron's realm. It is a task that seems impossible, a mission that will require travelling through lands crawling with enemies, past defences that have never been breached, to cast the ring into the very place where it was made. Elrond shifted on his stone seat, his expression grave. "And you believe a hobbit should bear this burden," he said. "Despite their lack of strength or skill in war, despite their ignorance of the wider world and the powers that move within it, you think one of the small folk should attempt what the great and mighty could not accomplish." Gandalf nodded slowly. "I do believe it, though I cannot fully explain why, except to say that all my long years in Middle-earth, All the lessons I learned in Valinor, and all the experiences I have gathered since, point toward this conclusion. The ring cannot be wielded by anyone who desires power, for it will corrupt them regardless of their intentions. The great are too vulnerable to its seductions, the wise too confident in their ability to master it, but the hobbits, who want nothing more than to return to their gardens and their simple lives, who have no ambitions beyond the borders of the Shire, they might succeed where others would fail. "You are thinking of Frodo," Elrond said, "Bilbo's nephew, who has inherited the ring along with Bag End and all his uncle's peculiarities. He is very young, Mithrandir, and untested by any great trial. To place such a burden upon him seems cruel." "It is cruel," Gandalf agreed, and his voice carried a weight of sorrow that made even the stars seem to dim. "It is monstrously cruel to take a person who has done nothing to deserve such a fate, and thrust upon them a task that will almost certainly end in death or madness. Yet what choice do we have? The ring must be destroyed, and all the candidates who seem more suitable are actually less so, because they possess the very qualities that make them vulnerable to its corruption: strength, wisdom, ambition, the desire to do good in the world. These are the hooks by which the ring catches its victims. But a hobbit who simply wants to save his home and then return to it, who has no grand visions of remaking the world, he might slip past the ring's defenses and accomplish what needs to be done." They sat in silence for a long moment, two ancient beings contemplating a decision that would shape the fate of the world. Around them, the night had reached its deepest hour, that time before dawn when all seems suspended between darkness and light, between despair and hope. The stars wheeled overhead in their familiar patterns, the same stars that had looked down upon Middle-earth since the Elder Days, witnesses to all the struggles and sorrows of the ages. "Tell me," Elrond said at last, "do you ever regret leaving Valinor? Do you wish you could return to the Blessed Realm and set aside this burden? You have walked in Middle-earth for more than 2,000 years, witnessed more sorrow than most beings could endure, borne the weight of knowledge that cannot be shared with those you serve. Would you not be justified in declaring your mission complete and departing for the west?" Gandalf was quiet for a long time, his eyes fixed on the eastern horizon, where the first faint suggestion of dawn was beginning to touch the sky with grey. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft but certain. "There are times when the longing for Valinor becomes almost unbearable, when the memory of the two trees' light or the sound of Nienna's voice seems more real than the world around me. There are moments when I stand upon the shore and look westward, and the temptation to abandon everything and return to the peace I once knew threatens to overwhelm me. I would be lying if I said otherwise. But no, I do not regret coming, nor do I wish to depart until my task is complete. For I have learned something here in Middle-earth that I could never have learnt in Valinor, something that all the wisdom of the Valar could not teach me. I have learned what it means to love a world that is broken and fading, to care for people who are flawed and mortal, to fight for causes that may not be won. In Valinor, everything was perfect, or as near to perfect, as makes no difference. Beauty endured without effort. Wisdom was readily available, and the presence of the Valar ensured that justice and goodness prevailed. But here, beauty must be created and defended. Wisdom must be sought through trial and error. Justice and goodness exist only where people choose them, knowing full well the cost of that choice. And because everything here is precarious, temporary, always in danger of being lost, it becomes infinitely more precious. The elves understand this better than most, which is why they grieve so deeply for what is passing away. But even they sometimes forget to celebrate what remains while it lasts. The hobbits, though, they have taught me the most important lesson of all. They have shown me that meaning and joy can be found not in grand achievements or lasting monuments, but in the small daily kindnesses, the ordinary pleasures, the simple fact of being alive and capable of love. When I sit with them in the Green Dragon, listening to their stories and sharing a pipe, I am participating in something that will not be remembered by history, that will leave no mark upon the world, that matters to no one except the people present in that moment. And yet it is beautiful, and it is worth preserving, and it is part of why Middle-earth is worth defending against the shadow. This is what I will fight for when the council meets and the decisions are made. Not for glory or power, not even for the survival of kingdoms or the preservation of ancient lore, though those things matter too. I will fight for the right of ordinary people to live ordinary lives, to tend their gardens and raise their children, to laugh with their friends and grieve for their losses, to experience the full range of what it means to be alive in this world for whatever span of years is granted them. If the hobbits can preserve that simple goodness in the face of everything that threatens it, then there is hope for all of Middle-earth. Elrond reached out and placed his hand upon Gandalf's shoulder, a gesture of fellowship and understanding that needed no words. Together they watched as the eastern sky grew lighter, the stars fading one by one as the sun prepared to rise. From the valley below came the first sounds of morning, the calling of birds and the stirring of the household, as the elves of Rivendell awakened to a new day. "You carry a heavy burden, Mithrandir," Elrond said. "Not just the responsibility of your mission, but the weight of all those memories, all that knowledge of what was and what might have been. Yet you carry it with grace, and your presence gives hope to all who know you. Whatever the council decides, whatever trials lie ahead, know that you do not walk alone. The wisdom of Valinor may guide you, but the friendships you have forged here sustain you, and they are no less valuable for being grounded in this fading world rather than the blessed realm." Gandalf smiled, and in that smile was something of both sorrow and joy, memory and hope, the wisdom of ages and the simple pleasure of a friend's company. "Thank you, my old friend," he said. "These conversations, these moments of shared understanding, they are among the treasures that make the long years bearable. I may remember Valinor with longing, but I would not trade the friendships I have made here for all the light of the two trees." The sun broke above the mountains then, sending its first rays across the valley of Rivendell. The last homely house gleamed in the morning light, and the sound of singing rose from its halls as the elves greeted the new day with ancient hymns. Gandalf rose from his stone seat, his joints protesting the long night of stillness, his body reminding him once again that he dwelt now in mortal form, subject to mortal limitations. Yet there was a lightness in his step as he descended from the heights, Elrond walking beside him. The telling of his story, the sharing of memories long held private, had eased something in his spirit. The burden remained. The trials ahead would be no less difficult, but he felt renewed in purpose, reminded of why he had come and what he was fighting to preserve. In a few days the council would meet and the fellowship would be formed, though none yet knew what shape it would take. Decisions would be made that would send companions forth on a quest from which they might never return. Sorrow and loss lay ahead, battles to be fought and sacrifices to be made. The shadow had grown strong, and the victory of the light was by no means assured, but Gandalf walked forward with hope, carrying within him the memory of Valinor's light and the love of Middle-earth's people, the wisdom of the Valar and the simple courage of hobbits. He was Olórin who had walked in the gardens of the Blessed Realm, and he was Gandalf who had wandered the roads of Middle-earth for 2,000 years. He was both and neither, a being caught between worlds, serving purposes he did not always understand. Yet he served them faithfully, trusting in the music that had shaped all things, believing that even in the darkest hours the melody of hope could be heard by those who listened, knowing that the smallest voices might yet sing the song that would change everything. As the sun rose higher and the day began in earnest, Gandalf the Grey walked toward whatever future awaited, his staff in hand and his heart, though weary, still capable of wonder, still holding fast to hope against all reason, still believing in the possibility of light piercing even the deepest darkness. For he had seen the dawn in Valinor before the making of the sun, and he had walked through the long twilight of Middle-earth's fading. He knew both the glory of what had been and the sorrow of what was passing away, and in that knowledge, painful though it was, he found the strength to continue, the courage to hope, and the wisdom to trust that the story being woven through all the ages would find, at last, its proper ending, whatever that ending might be. Thus ends the tale of Gandalf's memories, of ancient Valinor and the long journey through Middle-earth, a story told beneath the stars to a friend who understood, preserved now in memory, as all things must be preserved, held against the darkness like a candle flame, small but enduring, casting its light upon the path ahead. Story 2. In the quiet hours before dawn, when the stars still held their ancient vigil over Middle-earth, and the first pale light had not yet touched the eastern horizon, Gandalf the Grey sat alone upon the weathered stone steps of Bag End. The night air was cool and gentle, carrying with it the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and old roses from the gardens that tumbled down the hillside in wild profusion. His pipe had long since gone cold in his hand, forgotten as his thoughts drifted like smoke upon paths that led far beyond the borders of the Shire, beyond even the circles of the world itself. It was in such moments of stillness, when the cares of Middle-earth seemed momentarily distant, and the weight of his purpose lifted just enough to allow remembrance, that Gandalf found himself walking once more through memories, so ancient they predated the very sun and moon. Tonight, as he sat beneath the stars that Varda herself had kindled in the deeps of time, his mind turned homeward to a place he had not seen in ages beyond mortal reckoning. Valinor, the Blessed Realm, the Undying Lands where the Valar dwelt in majesty, and the light of the two trees had once illuminated all with their mingled radiance of gold and silver. The wizard closed his eyes, and though his body remained seated upon the stone steps of a hobbit hole in the peaceful Shire, his spirit seemed to travel across vast distances and through veils of time that separated one age from another. In his mind's eye he saw not the green hills and round doors of Hobbiton, but rather the white shores of Eldamar and the high towers of Tirion upon Tuna, gleaming like pearls in the light that was neither sun nor moon, but something older and more pure than either. He had been different then, so very different. Not Gandalf the Grey, not Mithrandir the Wanderer, not even Olórin the Wise, but something simpler and yet more complete. A spirit of fire and light, dwelling in the gardens of Lórien where the silver trees grew, and the pools reflected not what was, but what might be. In those days before the music was sung, and the world took shape from discord and harmony intertwined, he had walked in beauty beyond the telling of any tongue. How strange it was, he reflected, to remember being without form, to recall a time when thought and being were one and the same, when to imagine was to create, and to speak was to shape reality itself. The gardens of Ulmo had been his home, a place of dreams and visions where time moved differently than in the waking world. There, beneath boughs that bore blossoms of starlight, and leaves that sang with voices like distant bells, he had learned the secrets of sleep and the paths that wandered through the landscape of dreams. It was there that Nienna the Compassionate had found him often, and from her he had learned pity and patience, and the strength that dwells in the endurance of sorrow. But it was not the gardens he thought of most clearly in this quiet hour. Rather, his memory turned to the great hall of Mahanaxa, the Ring of Doom, where the thrones of the Valar stood in a circle beneath the open sky. He remembered the first time he had been summoned there, called forth from the peaceful contemplation of Lórien's silver woods to stand before the powers of the world. The light had been overwhelming, each of the Valar radiant with their own particular glory. Manwë, father of all, whose voice was like the wind that shapes the clouds, had spoken words that still echoed in the depths of Gandalf's being, though ages had passed since they were uttered. The purpose of that council he remembered well, for it was then that the question of Middle-earth had been raised. The shadow was growing in the east, Sauron was gathering strength, and the free peoples stood in need of guidance and aid. But the Valar would not send armies or manifest their power directly in the mortal lands. For the last time they had done so, the very shape of the world had been broken and changed. Instead, they would send messengers, spirits clothed in the form of aged men, wise but not all-powerful, capable of counsel but forbidden to dominate or to match power with power directly. Gandalf remembered the weight of that calling, the way it had settled upon him like a cloak, both heavy and light at once. To leave Valinor, to put aside the freedom and peace of the Blessed Realm, and take on the limitations of flesh, to walk among mortals and endure their sorrows without the comfort of certain return, this was no small thing. Yet Olórin had answered the call, though he had felt himself the least among those chosen for the task. He remembered Kurumo, who would become Saruman the White, already proud and eager to depart, certain of his own wisdom and strength. He remembered Eowendil, who loved all birds and beasts, and would become Radagast the Brown, gentle and innocent in his joy. And he remembered the two whose names he no longer spoke, the blue wizards who had gone into the far east, and of whom no word had returned. Before they departed, there had been one final walk through the gardens of Valinor. Gandalf's memory lingered there now, in that last evening before the journey began. He had walked beside Nienna, along paths that wound between pools of starlight and groves, where the trees sang soft harmonies that needed no words. The Lady of Mercy had spoken to him then of the nature of the task ahead, of the importance of small kindnesses and the power that dwelt in hope when all other lights seemed to fail. She had shown him visions in the still waters of her fountains, glimpses of the ages that stretched ahead, the long defeat, and the small victories that punctuated it like candles in a great darkness. He had seen the fall of kingdoms and the rise of new powers, the corruption of the wise and the unexpected courage of the humble. And among these visions, he had seen hobbits, though he did not know their name then. Small folk, unregarded by the great, who would play a part far beyond their size or strength in the turning of the age. That vision had puzzled him at the time. What role could such small, simple creatures play in the vast conflicts that loomed ahead? But Nienna had smiled, that sad and knowing smile that held within it depths of understanding beyond his grasp, and she had said that the small might accomplish what the great could not, for they would not be turned aside by pride or the hunger for power. They would endure because they asked for nothing more than simple goodness and the comfort of home. Now, sitting upon the stone steps of Bag End with the Shire sleeping peacefully around him, Gandalf understood. He had come to know these hobbits, these small folk with their love of comfort and their dislike of adventure. He had seen their courage when tested, their loyalty when it would have been easier to turn aside, their mercy when they had the power to strike. It was not for nothing that he had spent so much time among them, that he had brought fireworks and told stories, and encouraged them to remember the wider world beyond their borders. The eastern sky was beginning to pale now, the first hint of grey touching the darkness. Soon the sun would rise over the water, and another day would begin in the Shire. The hobbits would wake and light their fires and go about their daily tasks of farming and trading, of eating and drinking and living their simple lives. And he would move among them once more, the wandering wizard with his staff and his pointed hat, bringing news from distant lands and filling their heads with tales of adventure. But for this moment, in the space between night and morning, he remained suspended between two worlds. The memory of Valinor still held him, the echo of that ancient light and music still resonating in the depths of his being. He was Gandalf the Grey, wizard of Middle-earth, counselor to kings and friend to hobbits. Yet he was also Olórin of Valinor, servant of the secret fire and wielder of the flame of Ainur, both and neither, transformed by his long sojourn in mortal lands, yet still carrying within him something of that place beyond the circles of the world. The journey from Valinor to Middle-earth was unlike any voyage that ships of wood and sail might undertake upon the sundering seas. Gandalf remembered it now with a clarity that seemed sharper than his recollection of events from merely a century past, as though the magnitude of that transition had burned itself into his very essence in ways that smaller experiences could never match. It had been neither swift nor slow in the reckoning of mortal time, for they had travelled along paths that existed outside the normal flow of hours and days, following roads that wound through the void between the circles of the world. He and his fellow Storie had departed from the White Shores together, 5 spirits clothed in the raiment of old men, already feeling the strange weight and limitation of flesh. How peculiar it had been, that first awareness of a body that could grow weary, of lungs that needed air and feet that must touch the ground to move forward. In Valinor, such things had been choices rather than necessities, forms adopted for convenience or beauty, but easily set aside. Here, in preparation for their mission, they had bound themselves to these shapes, accepting the constraints that came with physical form. The voyage had taken them through spaces between the stars, where the music of the Ainur still echoed faintly, like the memory of a song heard long ago in childhood. Gandalf recalled pausing in those vast reaches, turning back one final time to look upon the light of Valinor growing distant behind them. Even from that great remove, he could see the radiance of the Blessed Realm, a glow that no darkness could fully obscure, shining like a beacon across the gulf of night. And he had wondered then, in a moment of doubt, that he would never confess to his companions whether he would ever look upon that light again, whether the path that led away might not prove one from which there was no returning. Ulmo, who would become Saruman, had shown no such hesitation. The eldest and mightiest of their order had been eager throughout the journey, his eyes fixed always forward upon Middle-earth and the great work that awaited them there. Already, Gandalf could see in him the seeds of what would one day grow into pride and the hunger for dominion. though then it had seemed merely confidence and strength of purpose. Kurumo spoke often during their passage of the order they would bring to the scattered kingdoms of the West, of the wisdom they would impart to elves and men, of the great works that would be accomplished under their guidance. Iwendil, by contrast, had been quiet and watchful, his attention caught by every star and distant light, as though already he was learning the names and natures of the creatures that dwelt in Middle-earth, preparing himself to be their friend and guardian. The two blue wizards, Alatar and Palando, had kept their own counsel, speaking in low voices to one another in the tongue of Valinor, making plans for the mission that would take them far into the east, beyond the reach of any Western records. And Gandalf himself had walked in a kind of wondering uncertainty, neither eager like Kurumo, nor joyfully distracted like Iwendil, but rather caught in a state of contemplation about the nature of the task ahead. He had thought much upon Nienna's final words to him, about the power of small kindnesses and the strength that dwelt in hope. These seemed such fragile things to set against the might of Sauron and the spreading shadow, yet he trusted in her wisdom as he trusted in little else. Their arrival in Middle-earth had been in the Grey Havens, where Círdan the shipwright had met them at the docks. Gandalf remembered the ancient elf's face, weathered by ages beyond counting, his eyes holding the memory of sorrows and joys that stretched back to the awakening of the firstborn. Círdan had looked upon each of the Istari in turn, as though measuring them, reading in their bearing and their eyes the purposes they carried and the paths they would walk, and when his gaze had settled upon Gandalf, something had passed between them, an understanding that needed no words. It was Círdan who had given him Narya, the Ring of Fire, one of the 3 elven rings that Sauron had never touched. The shipwright had drawn Gandalf aside, away from the others, and spoken quietly of the long defeat and the labour that seemed hopeless yet must be undertaken nonetheless. The ring, he said, had the power to kindle hearts and resist the weariness that came from too long a struggle against overwhelming darkness. It would be needed in the years ahead, perhaps more than great displays of might or dramatic victories, and he had placed it upon Gandalf's finger with a gravity that spoke of the weight of ages and the passing of stewardship from one guardian to another. Gandalf touched the ring now, hidden beneath his grey robes, feeling the warmth that dwelt within it. How many times had that subtle power sustained him in moments of despair? How many councils had it influenced? Not through domination, but through the kindling of hope in hearts that had grown cold. Círdan had chosen well in giving it to him rather than to Saruman. Though the White Wizard had been wroth when he learnt of it, his pride wounded by the implied judgment that the younger and humbler of their order might be better trusted with such a treasure. Those early days in Middle-earth returned to him now in fragments, memories of learning to walk upon solid ground after the ethereal journey from Valinor, of discovering the weight of weather and the passage of seasons, of hunger and thirst and the need for rest. How strange it had been to feel rain upon his face for the first time, cold and wet, and somehow achingly real in a way that the fountains of Valinor had never been, or to taste bread and cheese and ale, simple fare of mortal making that carried within it the flavour of earth and labour, and the small satisfactions of daily life. He had wandered much in those first years, learning the lands and peoples of Middle-earth, introducing himself to the scattered kingdoms of elves and men, and to the hidden halls of dwarves delved deep in the roots of mountains. Everywhere he went, he presented himself simply as a traveller, a seeker of knowledge and teller of tales, never claiming authority or demanding honour. This had seemed right to him, though Saruman had scoffed at such humility, establishing himself instead in Orthanc with all the trappings of a lord and counsellor to kings. But Gandalf had remembered Nienna's teaching about the power of the small and overlooked, and so he had sought out not only the great, but also the humble. He had sat by the fires of simple farmers and listened to their concerns about weather and crops. He had walked the roads with merchants and learned the patterns of trade that connected the scattered communities of Middle-earth. He had attended country fairs and market days, observing the ordinary life that continued beneath and around the great events that shaped the fate of kingdoms. It was during these wanderings that he had first come to the Shire, though that had been long after its founding, when already several generations of hobbits had lived out their quiet lives in that green and pleasant land. He remembered cresting a hill and looking down upon the patchwork of fields and gardens, the smoke rising from countless chimneys, the sound of laughter and song drifting up on the evening air. Something in that sight had struck him deeply, had reminded him of the vision Nienna had shown him in the pools of Valinor, and he had known with sudden certainty that this place and these people would be important in the great pattern that was unfolding. The hobbits had been suspicious of him at first, as was their nature when confronted with anything unusual or out of the ordinary, but he had won them over slowly, with patience and humour, with stories and small magics that delighted rather than intimidated. He had made a particular friend of the Took family, who retained more than most hobbits that spark of curiosity about the wider world that had once led their ancestors to cross the misty mountains in search of new lands. Old Gerontius Took, who would live to 130 years, had been a source of great joy to Gandalf, a reminder that even among the most home-loving of peoples, there could be found spirits that yearned for knowledge of distant places and the memory of ancient days. Through the Tooks and others like them, Gandalf had gradually woven himself into the fabric of Shire life, becoming a familiar figure, expected if not entirely understood, welcome in his comings and goings even if his purposes remained mysterious. He brought news from outside, tales of elves and dwarves and men, fireworks that lit up the night sky, with colours and shapes that spoke of magic and wonder. And in return, he learned from them the value of simple pleasures, the strength that dwelt in contentment, the courage that could be found in ordinary folk when circumstances demanded it. As the sky continued to lighten and the first birds began their dawn chorus in the trees surrounding Bag End, Gandalf's thoughts turned to a particular memory of Valinor that had sustained him through many dark hours in Middle-earth. It was a memory of Nienna's halls, those chambers of healing where the Lady of Mercy dwelt in a beauty that was born not of splendour but of profound compassion. Her house stood in the west of Valinor, looking out upon the outer sea, and it was said that she gazed often toward the darkness beyond the world, mourning for all the hurts that had been done and all the sorrows yet to come. Gandalf had spent long ages in her service, learning lessons that seemed at first paradoxical and strange. For Nienna taught that true strength was found not in the ability to dominate or destroy, but in the capacity to endure, to continue hoping when hope seemed foolish, to show mercy when vengeance would be easier and perhaps more satisfying. These were not lessons that came naturally to the Maiar, those spirits of power who had witnessed the creation of all things and who carried within themselves the echoes of the great music. Power called to power, and the temptation to solve problems through displays of might was ever present. But Nienna had shown him a different way. He remembered one teaching in particular, when she had led him to a pool in her gardens, where the waters reflected not the present, but possibilities branching like the limbs of a great tree. She had shown him a vision of two paths, two ways that a single moment of choice might unfold. In one, a great wizard confronted a servant of the enemy with all his power, calling down lightning and fire, destroying the threat utterly in a display of overwhelming force. The enemy was defeated, the danger passed, and all who witnessed were awed by the might they had seen. In the other vision, the same wizard spoke quietly to the same servant of darkness, not with threats, but with memories of what that servant had once been before corruption took hold. The words seemed weak against the malice they faced, and the danger remained present, immediate. Yet something stirred in the servant's eyes, a flicker of the person they had been long ago, and though they did not turn aside from their dark master in that moment, a seed had been planted, a possibility opened that had not existed before. Which path serves the greater good? Nienna had asked him, her voice as gentle as rain falling on still water, the one that removes the immediate threat with certainty, or the one that might over time redeem what seemed lost beyond redemption? And Gandalf had struggled with that question, for the answer seemed to shift depending on how one measured good and how far into the future one could see. The first path saved lives now, protected the innocent immediately, but the second path, if it succeeded, might save not only those lives but also the soul of one who had fallen into darkness, might restore what had been broken rather than simply destroying it. That lesson had stayed with him through all his years in Middle-earth, colouring his choices in ways both large and small. It was why he had argued against killing Gollum when others said the creature was beyond hope and too dangerous to live. It was why he spent time among the hobbits, investing effort in a people who seemed to have little role to play in the great conflicts of the age. It was why he counselled patience to those who wished to march immediately against Mordor. who saw delay as weakness when sometimes it was wisdom. He thought now of Saruman, and sorrow touched his heart, as it always did when his thoughts turned to the fallen white wizard. They had been brothers once, fellow servants of the same purpose, and Gandalf had hoped for so long that Kuramo might remember what they had been sent to do. Even when the evidence of his corruption became undeniable, even when Saruman imprisoned him atop Orthanc and declared himself a servant of a new order, Gandalf had held to a thread of hope that the wizard he had journeyed with from Valinor might still be reached. But some choices, once made, could not be unmade. Some paths, once walked far enough, led to places from which there was no returning. Gandalf knew this, had learned it through bitter experience. Yet he also knew that the attempt to offer redemption must be made, the hand of mercy extended even when it seemed certain to be refused. For how else could he honor the teachings of Nienna? How else could he remain true to what he had learned in those ancient halls where compassion was valued above power? The memory shifted, flowing like water into a different time and place in Valinor. He saw himself walking in the gardens of Lórien, not the halls of Ulmo in the city of the Valar, but the forest that bore the same name, where the malorn trees grew tall and golden-leafed, even before Telperion and Lórien cast their light. It was a place of dreams and visions, where time moved strangely, and the boundary between what was real and what was imagined grew thin as morning mist. In those gardens, Gandalf had learned to see the patterns that connected all things, the way a single choice rippled outward through time like a stone cast into still water. He had learned to read the currents of possibility, to sense where the flow of events might be turned with the gentlest touch rather than requiring great force. This was not the same as knowing the future, which even the Valar could not do with certainty. For too many choices remained unmade, and the world was not a mechanism that ran on predetermined tracks, but it was a kind of wisdom that allowed one to work with time rather than against it, to plant seeds that would grow in their own season, rather than trying to force bloom before the proper hour. He had needed that wisdom often in Middle-earth, where those he counseled frequently grew impatient with his methods, his seeming reluctance to act decisively when action seemed called for. They did not understand that he was waiting not out of fear or hesitation, but because he could sense the patterns forming, could feel the currents beginning to flow in directions that would make success possible. To act too soon was often worse than not acting at all, for it could set in motion reactions that closed off better paths, that hardened positions which might otherwise have remained flexible. The raising of the siege of Minas Tirith came to his mind now. That desperate moment when all seemed lost, and the forces of Mordor stood at the very gates of the last great city of men. How many had urged him to use his power then, to cast down the walls of the enemy with fire and lightning, to meet force with greater force? But he had known, with a certainty born of long study and deep wisdom, that such a display would accomplish nothing save his own destruction. Sauron's power was too great to be challenged directly by one of the Storie, and even if Gandalf could have swept the field clear of orcs and trolls, the Dark Lord would simply have sent more, would have come forth himself, perhaps, and then all would have been truly lost. Instead, he had counselled the king to ride out in courage, but not in desperation, to show defiance, but to trust that other forces were at work beyond the battlefield, that the true war was being waged elsewhere by the smallest and most unlikely of warriors. And he had been right, though the rightness of that choice had hung by a thread so thin that even he, in his darkest moments atop Mindolluin, had wondered if he had waited too long, if his faith in the small and overlooked had been misplaced. But it had not been misplaced. The hobbits, those simple folk who loved comfort and avoided adventure, had proven equal to a task that would have broken stronger and more warlike peoples. They had carried the ring to its destruction not through power but through persistence, through loyalty and friendship, through the kind of humble courage that goes unnoticed and uncelebrated, but that nevertheless moves the world. And in their success, Gandalf had seen the vindication of all that Nienna had taught him, all that he had learned in the gardens of Lórien about the patterns that connect small things to great outcomes. He thought of Frodo now, sleeping peacefully in Bag End behind him, recovering still from the wounds both visible and invisible that he had sustained in his terrible journey. The young hobbit did not know that Gandalf sat upon his doorstep, keeping watch in these quiet hours before dawn. He did not know that the wizard's thoughts had travelled back across ages to the beginning of time itself, seeking in those ancient memories the strength and wisdom needed for what was still to come. For the ring was destroyed, Yes, and Sauron was defeated. But the world was not yet healed, and there remained much work to be done. Soon, Gandalf knew he would depart from Middle-earth, sailing west to Valinor with the last of the ring-bearers. The task for which the Storie had been sent was accomplished, and it was permitted now for him to return home, to lay down the burden of flesh and the weariness of ages spent in struggle against the shadow. Part of him longed for that return with an ache that was almost physical, a homesickness that had grown stronger with every passing century. To see again the light of Valinor, to walk once more in the gardens of his youth, to be freed from the limitations and sorrows of mortal form, this would be joy beyond expression. Yet even as that longing filled him, another part of Gandalf's heart felt the pull of Middle-earth, this mortal realm that he had walked for so many ages that it had become, in its own way, a kind of home. He had grown to love these lands with their changing seasons, and their peoples who lived such brief, bright lives like candles burning against the dark. There was a beauty here that Valinor, for all its perfection, could never possess. The beauty of things that were fleeting and therefore precious. The poignancy of joy that came with the knowledge that it must end. His thoughts drifted to another memory of the Blessed Realm, one that he had not contemplated in many long years. He saw himself standing in the great hall of Manwë, highest of the Valar, whose throne stood upon the peak of Tanicatil, tallest of all mountains. The walls of that hall were not made of stone but of living air, transparent and ever-moving, so that one seemed to stand in the very sky itself, with clouds flowing past like rivers, and the stars visible both above and below. It was a place of vast perspectives, where the concerns of individuals seemed small against the sweep of ages, yet where each small thing was seen and valued for what it was. Manwë had called him there shortly before the departure of the Storie, and they had walked together upon the pinnacle of the mountain, looking down across all of Valinor spread below them like a tapestry woven of light and shadow, colour and form. The Elder King had spoken then of the nature of their mission, not in terms of victory or defeat, but in terms of presence and influence, of bearing witness to the struggles of the free peoples and offering them hope when all seemed darkest. "You go forth not as conquerors, but as companions," Manwë had said, his voice like the wind that speaks in many tongues yet can be understood by all who truly listen. "Your task is not to win the war for the children of Ilúvatar, but to help them find the strength to win it themselves. For in the end, it is their choices that will shape the fate of Middle-earth, not yours. You are to be as lights in the darkness, not the sun itself. For the sun blinds even as it illuminates, while a candle or a lamp guides without overwhelming." Those words had puzzled Gandalf at the time, for he had thought their mission was to oppose Sauron, to stand against the shadow and drive it back. But Manwë had smiled, that gentle smile that held within it the wisdom of ages beyond counting, and had explained that opposing Sauron directly was not the same as defeating him. The Dark Lord could be opposed in many ways, some obvious and some subtle, and the most important opposition might well be the kindling of courage in hearts that had grown cold, the preservation of hope in communities that faced despair, the reminder to the free peoples that they were not alone in their struggle. Standing now in the pre-dawn darkness outside Bag End, Gandalf understood those words in ways he had not been capable of understanding them before. His entire mission in Middle-earth had been a living out of Manwë's teaching, a constant effort to be present without dominating, to guide without controlling, to offer help while allowing others to make their own choices and learn from their own mistakes. How many times had he bitten his tongue when he saw folly being committed, knowing that to prevent every error would be to rob mortals of the chance to grow in wisdom? How many times had he offered counsel that was rejected, only to see those who rejected it come eventually to the same conclusion through their own experience? This had been harder, in many ways, than simply unleashing his power would have been. There had been moments, dark moments, when friends fell and evil seemed triumphant, when the temptation to take direct action had been almost overwhelming. In his confrontation with the Balrog in the depths of Moria, he had felt that temptation keenly. The demon of the ancient world had stood between him and his companions, and in that moment he could have simply fled, could have used his arts to collapse the bridge and seal the passage, leaving the Balrog trapped in the darkness while he led the Fellowship to safety. But he had known, with an instinct deeper than thought, that this was one of those moments when he must stand. when presence and witness required more than mere survival. The Balrog had to be faced, not for his own sake, but for the sake of those who came after, who would need to know that such evils could be challenged, that darkness could be met with light even when the cost was great. And so he had stood upon the bridge and declared himself, had named himself for what he truly was, a servant of the secret fire and wielder of the flame of Ainur, and in that declaration had spent himself utterly. The memory of his fall was still vivid, though it seemed now like something that had happened to another person in another lifetime. The long plunge into darkness, the pursuit of the Balrog through caverns that delved deeper than any dwarf had ever gone, the battle in the deeps where fire and water met in a chaos that predated the ordering of the world, and then the climb, the endless climb up the endless stair, each step an agony, each breath a labour, until at last he had emerged upon the peak of Zirik-Zigil, and there, under the stars that Varda had kindled, he had fought the final battle with his ancient enemy. He had died there, or something very like death had taken him. His spirit had left his body and travelled, though he could not clearly remember where or how, through spaces between the world and something beyond it. And there, in that space of transition, he had felt the presence of powers greater than himself, had sensed that he was not permitted to pass entirely beyond the circles of the world. Not yet, for his task was not complete. They had sent him back, clothed him in new flesh, and transformed him from grey to white, giving him strength he had not possessed before, but also a clarity of purpose that was almost painful in its intensity. That transformation had changed him in ways both obvious and subtle. Returned as Gandalf the White, he had felt the burden of his mission more keenly, had understood with new depth both the urgency of the task and the necessity of continuing to work through others, rather than taking matters entirely into his own hands. The temptation to use his enhanced power directly had been stronger than ever, yet so too had been his understanding of why he must not yield to that temptation. For if he solved every problem, fought every battle, made every decision, then what would the free peoples learn? How would they grow in strength and wisdom? His mind returned now to Valinor, to a conversation he had once had with Varda, she who was called Elbereth by the elves, the queen of the stars who had kindled the first lights in the darkness before the sun and moon were made. He had sought her out in her high place on Taniquetil, where she dwelt with Manwë, and had asked her about the nature of hope. For even in Valinor, in those days before his departure for Middle-earth, he had been troubled by questions about how one maintained hope in the face of certain knowledge that darkness and sorrow must come. Varda had led him to a high terrace where they could see the whole sweep of the heavens, every star that she had set in its place burning with its own particular light. She had pointed to a small star, barely visible among its brighter neighbours, and had asked him what he saw. He had replied that he saw a faint light, insignificant perhaps, but still present in the darkness. And she had smiled and told him that this small star, which seemed so humble and easily overlooked, was seen from Middle-earth as one of the brightest lights in the sky, a beacon and a guide to travellers lost in the night. Perspective, she had said, is everything. What seems small and weak from one vantage point may be strong and vital from another. The power that moves the world is not always the power that announces itself with thunder and displays of might. Sometimes it is the quiet light that persists when all other lights have failed, the small voice that speaks truth when louder voices proclaim lies, the simple act of kindness that plants seeds of change in hearts that seemed closed to all softness. That teaching had shaped Gandalf's entire approach to his mission in Middle-earth. He had sought out the small and overlooked, had invested his time and care in those whom others dismissed as insignificant. The hobbits were the clearest example of this, but there had been others as well. He had befriended rangers who guarded the borders in obscurity and without recognition. He had counselled minor lords whose names would never be remembered in the great histories, but whose daily choices affected the lives of ordinary people. He had told stories in taverns and taught songs to children, planting seeds that might not bear fruit for generations, but that would nevertheless change the world in small ways that accumulated over time. This was the wisdom of Valinor translated into action in Middle-earth, the understanding that great events were built upon foundations of countless small choices, and that to influence those choices through presence and example was more powerful in the long run than any display of force could be. It was why he had spent so much time simply being among the peoples of Middle-earth, sharing their meals and their sorrows, their celebrations and their struggles. For how could he counsel them if he did not know them? How could he offer them hope if he did not understand their fears? The sky was growing lighter now, the stars beginning to fade as the grey of dawn gave way to the first hints of blue and gold. Soon the sun would rise, and with it would come the sounds of the Shire awakening, of doors opening and voices calling good morning, of breakfast being prepared, and the daily round of tasks beginning anew. Gandalf felt a deep contentment settle over him, a sense of rightness in this moment of transition between night and day, between the ancient past of his memories and the present moment in which he sat. The memory of light drew Gandalf deeper into his recollections of Valinor, and now his mind turned to the two trees themselves, Telperion and Lórien, whose mingled radiance had illuminated the blessed realm before the making of the sun and moon. How inadequate words seemed when trying to capture the nature of that light, which was unlike any illumination that now existed in the world. It had been living light, light that seemed to have awareness and intention, that responded somehow to the thoughts and feelings of those upon whom it fell. He remembered standing beneath the boughs of Telperion in the hour when the silver tree reached the height of its glory, when every leaf shone like polished metal, and drops of dew fell from its branches like liquid starlight. The light it cast had been cool and penetrating, seeming to illuminate not just the surfaces of things, but their inner nature as well. Under Telperion's radiance, all pretense fell away. All deception became impossible. Yet there was nothing harsh in this revelation. Rather, it was like looking into still water and seeing one's true face reflected without distortion, understanding both beauty and flaw with equal clarity. Lórien's light had been different, warm and golden, like sunshine distilled to its purest essence, and made somehow more vital, more alive than the sun that would later be kindled from its final flower. When the golden tree bloomed and its light spread across Valinor, it brought with it a sense of joy that seemed to well up from the very foundations of being. Under Lórien's glow, even the saddest memories took on a quality of poignancy rather than pain, and the hardest truths became bearable, because they were seen in the context of a beauty that could not be destroyed by any darkness. Gandalf had spent countless hours in the grove where the two trees grew, sitting upon the green mound of Izellohar, and watching as the light waxed and waned in its eternal rhythm. 7 hours each tree would bloom, and for 1 hour both trees would shine together, their lights mingling to create something greater than either alone could achieve. Those hours of the mingling, when silver and gold combined into a radiance that seemed to contain all colours and yet transcend colour altogether, had been times of particular insight and revelation. It was during one such hour that he had first truly understood the concept of harmony emerging from difference, of how disparate elements could combine to create something more beautiful and complete than uniformity ever could. The two trees were utterly unlike each other, yet they did not compete or clash. Instead, their differences complemented each other, each providing what the other lacked, each making the other more fully itself rather than less. This lesson had served him well in Middle-earth, where he had worked to bring together elves and dwarves, men and hobbits, disparate peoples with ancient grievances and fundamental differences in nature and purpose. The Fellowship of the Ring had been built on that principle, had it not? 9 companions of different races and backgrounds, each bringing their own strengths and perspectives to the quest, each covering the weaknesses of the others. Aragorn's leadership balanced by Gandalf's wisdom, the martial prowess of Boromir and Gimli tempered by the gentle courage of the hobbits, Legolas's lightness and grace complemented by the dwarf's solidity and determination. They had not always agreed, had often struggled to understand one another, yet in their diversity had lain their strength. Another memory surfaced now, this one from the halls of Auli the Smith, the Valar who had crafted the very substance of the earth, and who loved all works of skill and making. Gandalf had spent many ages in Auli's workshops, learning the secrets of how things were made, how raw materials could be shaped and combined to create objects of beauty and function. He had not learned these skills because he intended to become a craftsman himself, but rather because Aule taught that to understand the nature of things, one must understand how they came to be. The great smith had shown him how a blade was forged, how metal must be heated and hammered, folded and reheated, shaped through repeated applications of stress and relief, until it became strong and true. And Owlie had explained that souls were shaped in much the same way, through trials and respites, through challenges that tested them, and periods of peace that allowed them to integrate what they had learned. A soul that never faced difficulty remained soft and weak, while one that faced only hardship without relief became brittle and prone to breaking. The strongest souls were those that had been forged through a balance of both. Gandalf thought of the hobbits again, of how their comfortable lives in the Shire had made them seem soft and unsuited to the hardships of adventure. Yet that very comfort, that foundation of peace and simple pleasures, had given them a strength that more warlike peoples lacked. They had something worth fighting for, something worth enduring hardship to preserve, and when tested, they had proven as resilient as the finest steel, bending under pressure but not breaking, enduring sorrows that would have destroyed those who had never known true contentment. Frodo especially embodied this paradox. He had been the most gentle and least adventurous of hobbits before the ring came to him. Yet he had carried that terrible burden all the way to Mount Doom, had endured torments of body and spirit that would have broken warriors and heroes of legend. His very gentleness had been his strength, for he had not sought power or glory but only to do what was right, to save the Shire and the world he loved from the shadow that threatened to consume it. The thought of the ring brought another set of memories, these darker and more troubling. Gandalf recalled the day he had first learnt of the ring's rediscovery, when Bilbo had returned from his adventure, with the dwarves carrying a prize he did not fully understand. Even then, before Gandalf had confirmed its true identity, he had felt a deep unease about the thing. There was something wrong in the way Bilbo spoke of it, a possessiveness that sat ill with the hobbit's usually generous nature, a secrecy that was uncharacteristic of one so open and honest. The years that followed, as Gandalf researched and tested and finally confirmed his worst fears, had been among the most difficult of his long sojourn in Middle-earth. For he had known what it meant, had understood that the ring's discovery was not a fortunate accident, but part of a larger pattern, a turning point in the long struggle against Sauron. And he had known too what would be required, what terrible burden would need to be borne and by whom. He remembered the moment of temptation when Frodo had offered him the ring in the mines of Moria, holding it out with such trust and innocence, truly believing that Gandalf would be able to use it for good. The desire to take it had been overwhelming, a hunger that seemed to rise from the very depths of his being. With such power, he could accomplish so much, could sweep aside all obstacles, could order the world according to wisdom and justice. The vision of what he might achieve had been intoxicating in its clarity and scope, but he had refused, had drawn upon all the lessons of Valinor, all the teachings of Nienna and Manwë and Varda, all the wisdom accumulated through ages of patience and restraint, for he knew, with a certainty that came from the very core of his being, that the ring could not be used for good, that its power was intrinsically corrupting, that to take it up even with the best intentions would be to ensure the triumph of everything he had fought against. The means could not be separated from the ends, and a victory achieved through domination and force would be no victory at all, but merely a change in which tyrant held the whip. That moment of refusal had been, in its own way, as significant as his stand against the Balrog, though it had passed with no witnesses save Frodo himself, and no record save in the memories of those involved. It had been a victory of will over desire, of wisdom over temptation, and it had required all the strength he possessed. Strength built up over ages in the halls and gardens of Valinor, strength rooted in understanding of who he was and what he served. He thought now of Saruman, who had not possessed that strength when his own moment of temptation came. The White Wizard had convinced himself that he could use the ring, or if not the ring itself, then the knowledge and power gained through its study, for good purposes. He had believed that his wisdom was great enough to avoid corruption, that his strength was sufficient to master tools that had mastered all others who had tried to wield them, and in that belief lay his downfall, for it was rooted in the very pride and desire for domination that the ring fed upon and amplified. The tragedy of Saruman weighed heavily on Gandalf's heart, for he remembered what his fellow Istari had been like in the beginning, in those days when they first walked the shores of Middle-earth together. Kurumo had been genuinely devoted to the mission then, his pride not yet grown into arrogance, his love of order and knowledge not yet twisted into a hunger for control. What might have been accomplished if Saruman had remained true to his purpose? How many sorrows might have been avoided if the White Wizard had continued to use his gifts in service rather than in pursuit of power? Yet even in this sorrow, Gandalf found a kind of bitter lesson. For Saruman's fall demonstrated the truth of all he had learned in Valinor. The danger of believing oneself above temptation, the necessity of humility and self-knowledge, the importance of remaining connected to one's original purpose, rather than allowing means to become ends in themselves. The White Wizard had forgotten why he had come to Middle-earth, had lost sight of the mission in pursuit of tools and knowledge that he believed would help him accomplish the mission, and in losing sight of the purpose, had betrayed it entirely. The eastern sky was now showing clear signs of the coming dawn, bands of rose and amber stretching across the horizon like ribbons, unfurled by an unseen hand. The stars had faded almost completely, only the brightest still visible against the lightning blue. Gandalf felt the ancient rhythm of day and night, a rhythm that had begun with the first rising of the sun kindled from Laurelin's final fruit, and he marveled at how something so reliable and constant could still carry within it a sense of renewal, each dawn bringing with it the possibility of beginning again. As the dawnlight strengthened and the shapes of trees and hedges emerged from the shadows, Gandalf's thoughts turned to the music that had filled Valinor in those ancient days before the darkening of the trees. It was not music as mortals understood it, though it shared qualities with the songs that elves and men now sang in Middle-earth. Rather, it was something more fundamental, a harmony that seemed woven into the very fabric of existence, an expression of joy and sorrow, or of beauty, and meaning that transcended the limitations of any single voice or instrument. He remembered the gardens of Lórien, where he had dwelt for long ages, and how music had been as natural there as breathing, arising spontaneously from the interplay of wind and water, from the rustling of leaves, and the songs of birds that were themselves Maiar, in different forms. One did not perform music in those gardens so much as participate in it, adding one's voice or silence to a symphony that was already in progress, that had been playing since before the foundations of the world were laid. There had been a particular fountain in those gardens, fed by springs that rose from depths unknown, and the water had fallen in patterns that created melodies of astonishing complexity and beauty. Gandalf had spent countless hours beside that fountain, listening to its ever-changing song, learning to hear the patterns within patterns, the themes that emerged and receded like waves upon a shore. He had learned that music was not merely entertainment or decoration, but a way of ordering reality itself, of bringing harmony out of chaos, of expressing truths that could not be captured in words alone. This understanding had shaped his use of song in Middle-earth. He had not sung merely to pass the time or to entertain his companions, though his songs certainly served those purposes as well. Rather, he had sung to invoke memory, to connect present struggles with ancient victories, to remind those who heard that they were part of a story larger than themselves, a tale that had begun before their births and would continue after their deaths. His songs at the siege of Gondor, his chants in the face of the Balrog, his simple walking songs shared with hobbits on the road, all of these had been ways of bringing the music of Valinor into Middle-earth, of allowing something of that primal harmony to touch the mortal land. The memory shifted now to the shores of the sea, where Ulmo the Lord of Waters dwelt in the deeps and sent his music up through all the rivers and streams of the world. Gandalf had learned much from Ulmo, though the Valar rarely took physical form, and his teaching came through the voices of waters rather than through direct speech. Ulmo's music was vast and patient, speaking of depths and distances, of currents that moved beneath the surface where eyes could not see, of the hidden connections between all waters, whether they flowed in Valinor or in the far reaches of Middle-earth. From Ulmo, Gandalf had learned the importance of hidden things, of forces that worked beneath notice, preparing the way for what was to come. The Lord of Waters had no great palace or throne, held no councils where others gathered to hear his wisdom. Yet his influence extended everywhere that water flowed, and his power was in many ways more pervasive than that of Valar, who seemed mightier and more direct in their actions. This had been a useful lesson for one who would be sent to work among mortals without revealing his true nature, who would need to influence events without dominating them, who would plant seeds and trust to hidden currents to water them and bring them to fruition in their proper season. He thought of the Palantiri, the seeing stones that had been made in Valinor, and brought to Middle-earth as gifts in the ancient days. They too embodied lessons he had learned in the Blessed Realm, for they showed that even the wisest gifts could be turned to evil purposes, that tools meant to connect and inform could become instruments of domination and deception. Saruman had been ensnared through a palantir, his will bent gradually through long communion with Sauron, neither fully aware of how far he had fallen until it was too late to turn back. Yet the stones themselves were not evil, were in fact wonders of craft and art, combining the skills of the Noldor with knowledge granted by the Valar. Gandalf remembered seeing them made, or at least the greatest of them, the Master Stone that had resided in the Tower of Avalon before being lost in the drowning of Númenor. He remembered the care and love that had gone into their creation, the hope that they would help the exiled Noldor maintain some connection with the Blessed Realm, some link to the wisdom and beauty they had left behind in their pride and folly. That hope had been both fulfilled and betrayed, as so many hopes were in the long history of Middle-earth. The stones had served their purpose for a time, had helped the kingdoms of the faithful maintain unity and communication across great distances, but they had also become tools of pride and domination, had enabled the very evils they were meant to help guard against. It was a pattern Gandalf had seen repeated many times, the way good intentions and noble gifts could be corrupted, turned toward purposes their makers had never imagined and would have abhorred. This was why, he reflected, the Valar had been so reluctant to interfere directly in Middle-earth after the First Age, why they had chosen to send the Storie in diminished form, rather than coming themselves in power. For power itself was a problem, not just the misuse of power, but the very existence of great power, in a world where free peoples were meant to choose their own paths. Even power wielded in service of good could become a form of domination, could rob others of the chance to grow and learn through their own choices and efforts. His mind turned now to Yavanna, she who was called Kementari, the Queen of the Earth, from whom all growing things took their ultimate being. He remembered her gardens, which made even the beautiful gardens of Lórien seem sparse and simple by comparison, for in Yavanna's realm grew every plant that had ever existed or ever would exist, every flower and tree and herb that imagination could conceive. Walking through those gardens had been like walking through the dreams of all possible worlds, seeing forms and colors that had no names, savoring fragrances that spoke directly to the soul without passing through the intermediary of physical sense. Yavanna had taught him about patience of a different kind than he had learned from Nienna or Ulmo, the patience of growing things that trust in the seasons, that endure the darkness of winter knowing that spring will come, that put down deep roots before reaching toward the light. She had shown him how an acorn contained within itself the entire pattern of the oak it would become, how that pattern unfolded slowly through countless small choices and adjustments, responding to soil and sun and rain, becoming most fully itself through interaction with the world, rather than in spite of it. This lesson had profound implications for how Gandalf understood his mission in Middle-earth. The free peoples were like seeds, containing within themselves the potential for greatness, but requiring time and proper conditions to develop that potential. His role was not to force their growth, or to impose upon them a shape he thought they should take, but rather to tend the conditions in which they grew, to provide light and encouragement, to protect them from blights and predators, to trust that given proper care they would develop according to their own inherent natures. The hobbits exemplified this principle perfectly. They were not warriors or heroes in the traditional sense, were not mighty or wise or particularly powerful, yet within their simple natures lay potentials that no one, perhaps not even they themselves, had fully recognized. Their love of comfort and home had made them seem weak and irrelevant in the great struggles of the age. Yet that very love had given them something to fight for, a reason to endure hardship and danger, a vision of goodness that was concrete and real rather than abstract and idealized. Gandalf had tended the hobbits like a gardener tending a rare and precious plant, visiting the Shire regularly over the years, bringing news and stories from the outside world, encouraging in subtle ways their courage and curiosity, while respecting their essential nature, and never trying to make them into something they were not. He had seen in them, through the vision granted by his long years in Valinor and his understanding of hidden potentials, what they might become when tested, what fruit they might bear when the proper season came, and they had exceeded even his hopes. Frodo and Sam, Merry and Pippin, had proven themselves equal to tasks that would have daunted the mightiest warriors and wisest lords. They had done so not by becoming warriors or lords themselves, but by remaining essentially hobbits, bringing to their quests the virtues of their people, loyalty and steadfastness, simple goodness, and the courage of ordinary folk determined to do what was right, regardless of the cost. The memory of Sam in particular brought warmth to Gandalf's heart. There was a hobbit who embodied everything good about the Shire, whose courage came not from ambition or desire for glory, but from love, from the simple determination to stand by his master and friend through whatever came. Sam had not sought adventure or heroism, had been terrified much of the time, had longed for nothing more than to return home to his garden and the simple life he had always known. Yet he had endured horrors and hardships that would have broken seemingly stronger spirits, had continued onward when hope seemed lost, had literally carried Frodo up the slopes of Mount Doom when the Ring-Bearer could go no further. In Sam, Gandalf saw the vindication of Yavanna's teaching about the strength that dwelt in simple growing things, roots that went deep and held firm when storms came. The gardener hobbit had tended his master as carefully and lovingly as he tended the plants in his garden, and in doing so had saved not just Frodo but the entire world. There was a poetry in that, a rightness that spoke to truths deeper than strategy or power, truths that Gandalf had learned in the gardens of Valinor and now saw enacted in the mortal lands of Middle-earth. The sun was very close to rising now, its light painting the underbellies of clouds with gold and rose, transforming the ordinary landscape of the Shire into something momentarily touched with a beauty that recalled the light of Lórien. Gandalf watched this transformation with deep appreciation, seeing in it an echo of the greater light he had known, a reminder that even in Middle-earth, even in these latter days when so much ancient beauty had faded or been destroyed, glimpses of glory could still be found by those who had eyes to see and hearts open to wonder. As the first direct rays of sunlight began to touch the highest points of the surrounding hills, turning their grassy slopes from grey to green, Gandalf's thoughts drifted to memories of fellowship and friendship in Valinor, bonds forged in ages before time had meaning as mortals understood it. He had not been alone in the Blessed Realm, had not wandered solitary through those gardens and halls, but had been part of a community of Maiar, spirits of varying powers and purposes who served the Valar and learned from them. Among those companions there had been some whose friendship he treasured above others, kindred spirits despite the differences in their natures and callings. He remembered Ainur, herald of Manwë, whose strength and clarity of purpose had been like a beacon to the younger Maiar. Ainur had been a warrior spirit, bearing the banner of the Elder King, yet his strength had never been merely physical or martial. Rather, it had been a strength of conviction, an unwavering certainty about right and wrong that had made him a natural leader and a source of courage to others. Gandalf had often sought Ainur's counsel in those ancient days, particularly when he struggled with questions about the nature of power and its proper use. For Ainur embodied a paradox that fascinated him, being both tremendously powerful and yet entirely subject to Manwë's will, capable of great deeds of arms yet never acting from personal ambition or desire for glory. How did one maintain such perfect balance between strength and service? How did one wield power without being corrupted by it? The herald's answer had been simple yet profound. Know yourself completely, he had said, and know whom you serve. If your sense of self is rooted in service to something greater than yourself, then power becomes merely a tool to be used as needed and set aside when not required. But if you begin to think of power as belonging to you, as defining who you are rather than what you can do, then you have already begun the journey toward corruption. Those words had stayed with Gandalf through all his long years in Middle-earth, had been his anchor in moments when the temptation to use his full power had been almost overwhelming. He had asked himself again and again, "Whom do you serve?" And the answer had always brought him back to his purpose, had reminded him that he was not Gandalf the Great or Gandalf the Powerful, but Gandalf the Servant, sent to help and guide, but never to dominate or control. Another memory rose now, this one touched with more sadness than most. He remembered Mairon, who in the ancient days had been among the wisest and most skilled of Aule's people, a craftsman of surpassing ability whose works had been counted among the wonders of Valinor. Mairon had been drawn to questions of order and efficiency, had believed passionately that all things could be improved through proper organization and the application of skill and knowledge. There had been nothing evil in this at first, only the enthusiasm of one who had found his calling and pursued it with dedication and joy. But somewhere, somehow, Mairon had taken a wrong turning. Perhaps it had been pride in his own abilities, or frustration with the imperfections he saw in the world, or simply the whispered promises of Melkor who had corrupted so many of the Maiar in the ancient days. Whatever the cause, Mairon had fallen from grace, had become Sauron the Deceiver, the Dark Lord whose shadow had loomed over all of Middle-earth for age after age. The memory of what he had been before his fall was painful to Gandalf, a reminder that even the wisest and most talented could be led astray if they lost sight of the difference between ordering and dominating, between helping and controlling. He had known Sauron in both forms, had walked and talked with Mairon in the workshops of Aule, had later faced the Dark Lord across battlefields and through long ages of striving, and in some deep part of his being, Gandalf mourned not just for the evil that Sauron had done, but for what he had lost, for the craftsman and maker who had been twisted into a tyrant and deceiver. It was yet another reminder of the costs of pride and the danger of believing oneself above temptation. The thought of fallen Maiar brought other memories, darker ones that he usually kept buried deep. He remembered the first whisperings of discord in Valinor, the way Melkor's lies had begun to spread among some of the Maiar, promising greater freedom and power if only they would cast off what he called the chains of service to the Valar. Most had resisted, had seen through the deception, but some had been seduced by the promise of being lords rather than servants, of making their own choices without regard for any higher purpose. Gandalf had been approached by one of Melkor's servants in those days, a smooth-tongued spirit who had spoken of the limitations the Valar placed upon the Maiar, the way they were kept in subordinate positions and never allowed to exercise their full potential. Would it not be better, the Tempter had asked, to serve none but yourself, to develop your own power and wisdom without interference or restriction? Think of what you might accomplish if you were not held back by the cautions and concerns of those who fear change and growth. The temptation had been subtle, and in its way more dangerous than a direct assault, for there was truth mixed with the lies, genuine frustrations that many Maiar felt at times, legitimate questions about the nature of service and the relationship between obedience and growth. But Gandalf had recognized the poison beneath the honey, had seen that what was being offered was not true freedom, but merely a different kind of slavery, bondage to one's own desires and ambitions, rather than to a larger purpose and community. He had refused, and the tempter had departed, but the encounter had left him shaken and thoughtful. It had forced him to examine his own motivations, to ask himself hard questions about why he served and what he hoped to gain from that service. And he had come to understand that true freedom was not found in the absence of obligation or commitment, but rather in the choice to bind oneself to something worthy, to find one's greatest fulfillment, in giving oneself away, rather than in grasping and accumulating. This understanding had been crucial in Middle-earth, where he had watched so many fall into the trap of believing that power and autonomy were the highest goods, that to be free meant to be unbeholden to anyone or anything. He had seen kings and lords destroy themselves and their people in pursuit of independence and absolute authority. He had watched as Saruman convinced himself that his own wisdom was sufficient guide, that he need not listen to the counsel of others or remain true to his original mission. And always the pattern was the same, the belief that freedom meant self-determination, leading inevitably to isolation, corruption, and ultimately to a slavery more complete than any they had feared. The true freedom he had witnessed, the freedom that actually made people more fully themselves rather than less, had been found in those who gave themselves to something beyond themselves. Aragorn finding his strength and purpose in service to his people. Éowyn discovering her true courage, not in seeking glory for herself, but in defending those who could not defend themselves. Faramir learning that greater honor lay in wisdom and restraint than in martial glory and conquest. And the hobbits, especially the hobbits, whose freedom from great ambitions had paradoxically made them capable of the greatest deeds. Gandalf shifted slightly on the stone steps, feeling the first warmth of the risen sun beginning to touch his grey robes. The night was fully past now, dawn accomplished, and around him the Shire was stirring into wakefulness. He could hear the sound of a door opening nearby, the splash of water being drawn from a well, the distant crow of a rooster announcing the new day. Soon Bilbo or Frodo would emerge from Bag End and find him sitting here, and there would be questions and concern and insistence that he come inside for breakfast. But for a few moments more, he remained suspended between his memories of Valinor and the present moment, between who he had been and who he had become, between the ancient past and the future that was still unfolding. He thought of another teaching from his days in the Blessed Realm, one that came from Este the Healer, spouse of Ulmo, who tended to those who suffered wounds of spirit and heart. She had taught him that healing was not the same as erasure, that to truly recover from injury did not mean pretending the wound had never existed, but rather integrating the experience of wounding into one's larger story. Scars, she had said, were not shameful things to be hidden, but rather marks of survival, proof that one had endured and continued. The goal was not to become unmarked and pristine, but to transform suffering into wisdom, pain into compassion, loss into a deeper appreciation of what remained. This was true healing, she taught. Not the removal of all traces of harm, but the transformation of harm into something that could be born, integrated, even made meaningful. This lesson had been vital in his work with those who had suffered in the wars against Sauron. He had counseled kings dealing with the trauma of battles they had survived. He had spoken with elves mourning losses that stretched back thousands of years. He had comforted ordinary folk who had lost homes and loved ones to the ravages of war. And always he had tried to help them see that their pain was not something to be overcome and forgotten, but rather something to be acknowledged, honoured, and gradually woven into the larger tapestry of their lives. Frodo would need such counsel in the days ahead, Gandalf knew. The young hobbit's wounds, both visible and invisible, would not simply heal with time and rest. The memory of bearing the ring, the weight of all he had endured and sacrificed, these things would stay with him always. But they need not destroy him if he could learn to carry them differently, to see them not as burdens that diminished him, but as experiences that had deepened him, made him capable of compassion and understanding that few others could match. The wizard's gaze turned toward Bag End's green door, behind which Frodo slept, and his heart was filled with a complex mixture of emotions: pride in what the young hobbit had accomplished, sorrow for what it had cost him, hope for the healing that might yet come, and above all, a deep affection that had grown through shared dangers and the bond forged between teacher and student, guide and guided, friend and friend. The morning light was growing stronger now, washing across the Shire in golden waves that made dewdrops sparkle like scattered diamonds on every blade of grass and leaf. Gandalf watched this simple magic with the appreciation of one who had seen the greatest wonders of creation, finding in this modest display of natural beauty something as worthy of wonder as the most elaborate works of the Valar. For there was a purity in the uncomplicated beauty of morning dew, a rightness in the way sunlight transformed the ordinary into something briefly extraordinary, that spoke to truths he had learned long ago in Valinor. His thoughts turned now to Tulkas, the Vala of strength and wrestling, the champion who laughed in the face of danger, and whose coming to Arda had turned the tide in the first war against Melkor. Tulkas had seemed at first to be the simplest of the Valar, concerned only with contests of strength and the joy of righteous battle. But Gandalf had learned, through long observation and occasional conversation, that there was more depth to the laughing Valar than appeared on the surface. Tulkas had taught him about the importance of joy in the face of adversity, about the strength that came not from grim determination alone, but from the ability to find delight even in struggle, to laugh at danger not from foolishness, but from a deep confidence that good would ultimately triumph over evil. This lesson had seemed strange at first to Gandalf, whose nature inclined more toward contemplation and careful planning than toward Tulkas's straightforward approach to problems. Yet over time, he had come to appreciate the wisdom in it. In Middle-earth, he had seen how despair could sap strength more effectively than any enemy's blade, how the weight of sorrow and fear could crush spirits that might otherwise have endured. And he had learned to counter that despair, not only with hope, which could sometimes seem fragile and uncertain, but with joy, with the deliberate cultivation of delight in small things, with laughter that acknowledged the darkness but refused to let it have the final word. His jokes and riddles, his fireworks and tricks, these were not mere frivolities but weapons against the shadow, ways of keeping hearts light and spirits resilient in the face of long struggle. He remembered particularly a moment during the quest, when the Fellowship had been travelling through the bleakness of Hollin, and spirits had been low, burdened by the weight of their task and the dangers that lay ahead. He had begun teaching Pippin a walking song from the Shire, something simple and cheerful about beer and bread, and gradually the others had joined in. Even Boromir, who had been troubled by dark thoughts, had found his voice lifting in the chorus, and Gandalf had seen the shadow lift from them, if only for a little while, replaced by something lighter and stronger. That was Tulkas's teaching, enacted in the mortal world, the understanding that joy was not a luxury to be indulged only in times of peace, but a necessity in times of war, a strength to be cultivated and deployed as deliberately as any strategic advantage. The shadow wanted them despairing and broken, wanted them to lose sight of what they fought for. Joy reminded them of the goodness worth preserving, gave them energy to continue when grim resolve alone might have faltered. Another memory surfaced, this one from the halls of Mandos, the Valar who kept the houses of the dead, and knew all fates that had been, and many that might yet be. Gandalf had walked those halls with a kind of reverent dread, for they spoke of endings and the weight of choices made, of consequences that could not be undone and sorrows that must be borne. Mandos himself was stern and unyielding, speaking rarely and never offering false comfort or easy hope, yet there was no cruelty in him, only an absolute honesty about the nature of reality and the laws that governed all things. From Mandos, Gandalf had learnt about the importance of accepting consequences, of understanding that every choice created ripples that extended far beyond the immediate moment, affecting not only the chooser, but all those connected to them. This was not a teaching meant to paralyze with fear, but rather to encourage thoughtfulness and care in decision-making, to remind all beings that their actions mattered and would be remembered, woven into the great tapestry of history for good or ill. In Middle-earth, this lesson had manifested in Gandalf's careful approach to intervention, his awareness that even well-intentioned actions could have unforeseen consequences. He had seen this principle at work throughout the ages, how the forging of the rings of power, intended to preserve and protect, had instead created tools of domination, how the pride of Númenor, built on achievements that were genuinely great, had led to the downfall of an entire civilization, how small acts of mercy, like Bilbo's sparing of Gollum, could have vast and crucial importance years or even centuries later. This last thought brought a slight smile to Gandalf's face, for it demonstrated another truth he had learned in Valinor, that Mandos's stern accounting of consequences was balanced by mysteries even he could not fully encompass. The doom of choices made could be read and understood, but the web of causation was so complex, so interwoven, that even the wisest could not predict all outcomes. Bilbo's mercy to Gollum had been a small thing, scarcely worth noting in the grand sweep of history, yet it had proven crucial to the ultimate defeat of Sauron in ways no one could have foreseen. This was the paradox at the heart of doom and fate, as Gandalf had come to understand them. On one hand, choices had weight and consequence, every action sending ripples through time that could not be called back. On the other hand, those very ripples interacted in ways too complex for any mind to fully grasp, creating possibilities that had not existed before, opening paths that seemed closed and closing paths that seemed certain. The future was neither fixed nor entirely open, but existed in a state somewhere between, shaped by past choices, yet not entirely determined by them. His mind turned now to memories of the great councils in Valinor, where the Valar gathered to discuss the fate of Arda and the policies they would pursue in governing and protecting it. Gandalf had not been present at all of these councils, for many dealt with matters far above his station, but he had attended some as part of Manwë's household, standing silent in the shadows and listening to debates that shaped the very foundations of the world. He remembered the long discussions about intervention versus restraint, about how much the Valar should involve themselves in the affairs of the children of Ilúvatar. Some, like Ulmo, had argued for continued active involvement, for using their power to guide and protect the elves and later men. Others, like Mandos and Nienna, had cautioned that too much involvement robbed the children of agency, made them dependent on powers beyond themselves, stunted their growth and development as free peoples capable of choosing their own fates. The debates had been long and sometimes heated, for even among the Valar there were differences of opinion and approach. But gradually a consensus had emerged, forged through many councils and much discussion, that the Valar would involve themselves less directly as time went on, would allow the children more freedom to make their own choices, and face their own consequences. This decision had led to the sending of the Storie rather than more direct intervention when Sauron rose in the Third Age, embodying the principle that help should be offered but never imposed, that guidance should be available but never forced. Gandalf had lived out that principle through all his years in Middle-earth, sometimes with great difficulty and frustration. How many times had he wanted to simply solve problems with a word of command or a display of power? How many times had he watched foolish choices being made and held his tongue, trusting that the choosers needed the freedom to err and learn rather than being protected from all mistakes? It had been one of the hardest aspects of his mission, harder in some ways than facing the Balrog or opposing Saruman, for it required constant vigilance against his own impulses to fix and control. Yet he had remained true to that calling, had offered counsel but allowed it to be rejected, had provided options but left the final choice to others. And in the end, that restraint had been vindicated, for the free peoples of Middle-earth had risen to the challenge, had proven themselves capable of defeating evil through their own courage and determination, rather than through dependence on powers beyond themselves. They had grown through the struggle in ways they could never have grown if the solution had been imposed from without. The sound of Bag End's round door opening interrupted his reverie. Gandalf turned to see Bilbo emerging, still in his dressing gown, his expression shifting from surprise to delight as he spotted the wizard sitting on his doorstep. "Gandalf, my dear fellow," the old hobbit exclaimed, coming forward with quick steps despite his advanced years. "How long have you been sitting out here? Why didn't you knock? Come in at once. The kettle is on, and I've just put out some seed cake that I think you'll find quite acceptable." Gandalf rose, his joints creaking slightly after the long night's vigil, and smiled at his old friend. "I've been here only a short while," he said, which was true enough in one sense, though the journey his mind had taken spanned ages beyond counting. "I didn't wish to disturb anyone's rest, and the morning was too beautiful to miss." Bilbo peered at him with sharp eyes that saw more than most. "You've been thinking," he said, a statement rather than a question. "Deep thoughts, I'd wager, the kind that put that particular look in your eyes. Well, come inside and have some breakfast, and you can tell me about it or not as you choose. But either way, you'll eat something warm and drink something hot, and that's final." Gandalf allowed himself to be led inside, touched as always by hobbit hospitality, and the simple kindness that asked no questions but simply offered comfort and care. As he crossed the threshold into the familiar warmth of Bag End, he felt the weight of his memories settling back into their proper place, ancient knowledge that informed his present actions but did not overwhelm them. He was Gandalf the Grey, or White as some now called him, friend to hobbits and counsellor to kings, a wizard of Middle-earth with all the cares and responsibilities that entailed. But he was also Olórin of Valinor, and the memories of that distant shore would remain with him always, a source of strength and wisdom, a reminder of purposes larger than any immediate crisis, a connection to beauty and meaning that even the shadow could not entirely obscure. Those memories were gifts from a place he might soon see again, blessings from a time before time, teachings from those who had shaped the world and who had sent him forth to serve in it. Inside Bag End, the familiar comfort of hobbit domesticity wrapped around Gandalf like a well-worn cloak. The smell of baking bread filled the air, mingling with the scent of pipeweed and old books, of beeswax polish, and the dried herbs that hung in bundles from the kitchen ceiling. Bilbo bustled about with the efficiency of long practice, setting out plates and cups, cutting thick slices of seed cake, and pouring tea that steamed invitingly in the morning light that streamed through the round windows. As Gandalf settled into his customary chair by the fire, accepting a cup of tea with grateful hands, his thoughts drifted once more to Valinor, but now to memories of a different kind. He thought of the library of Varda, if library was even the right word for a place where knowledge existed not in books but in living memory. Where to seek understanding was to commune directly with the thoughts and experiences of those who had witnessed or created what one wished to know. In that place, Gandalf had learned the full history of the world from its creation, had witnessed in vision the great music of the Ainur that had shaped all things before they came into being. He had heard the theme that Ilúvatar had given to the Ainur to elaborate, had listened as they wove their voices together in harmonies of unimaginable complexity and beauty. And he had heard, too, the discord introduced by Melkor, the way darkness and rebellion had been woven into the very fabric of creation, not as an accident or mistake, but as part of a larger design whose full meaning remained mysterious even to the Valar themselves. This memory had sustained him through the darkest moments of his mission in Middle-earth. The understanding that discord and evil were not the final word, that they had been anticipated and in some sense incorporated into a greater harmony that would ultimately emerge. When all seemed lost, when the shadow appeared triumphant and hope seemed nothing more than foolish denial of reality, he had held to this deeper knowledge, this trust that the story was not over, and that even the worst chapters could lead to conclusions neither author nor reader had anticipated. Bilbo was speaking to him now, something about a party he was planning, or perhaps about a visitor who had come by last week, and Gandalf made appropriate responses, part of his attention engaged with his friend, while another part remained caught in the web of memory and reflection. The old hobbit seemed not to mind this divided attention, had grown accustomed over the years to the wizard's tendency to drift into distant thoughts, and simply continued his cheerful chatter, while ensuring that Gandalf's plate remained full and his teacup never quite emptied. The wizard's mind turned to memories of his final days in Valinor before the departure of the Storie, the round of farewells and blessings that had preceded their journey into Middle-earth. He remembered saying goodbye to places as much as to people, taking one last walk through the gardens of Lórien where he had spent so many peaceful ages, one last climb to the high places where he could see the whole sweep of the blessed realm laid out below him like a dream of beauty given form. He had visited the house of Nienna one final time, and she had wept as she embraced him. Not tears of sorrow exactly, but rather tears that seemed to contain all possible emotions, joy and sadness, hope and fear, love and loss blended together into something beyond simple categorization. She had given him no final words of wisdom, no last advice or instruction, only that embrace and those tears that seemed to say everything that needed saying without the limitation of language. From Manwë, he had received a blessing, the Elder King's hand resting briefly on his head as words of power were spoken, words that Gandalf could not quite remember afterward, but that had left him feeling both strengthened and humbled, aware of the magnitude of the task ahead, but also of the resources he carried within himself, gifts granted long ago, and perfected through ages of learning and growth in the Blessed Realm. The other, Istari, had received their own blessings, each appropriate to their nature and the particular aspect of their mission. Gandalf had watched Saruman receive his, had seen the pride and certainty in the White Wizard's bearing, and had felt a tremor of concern even then, a sense that Kurumo's confidence bordered on arrogance, that he did not fully understand the nature of the trial that awaited them in Middle-earth. But he had dismissed the concern, had told himself that surely one so wise and experienced would rise to the challenge, would remain true to his purpose, even in the face of temptation. How wrong he had been, how tragically wrong. Yet even in that wrongness, Gandalf could now see a kind of necessary lesson, a demonstration of truths he had learned in Valinor, but might not have fully understood without witnessing their enactment. Pride did lead to fall. Power did corrupt. The best intentions were not sufficient protection against the subtle workings of evil. These were not merely abstract principles, but lived realities, and Saruman's fate was a warning and a teacher to all who would pay attention to it. The memory shifted to the actual moment of departure, standing on the white shores of Eldamar with the waves of the sundering sea lapping at his feet, preparing to step into the vessel that would carry them away from everything they had known. There had been a crowd gathered to see them off, Valar and Maiar both, and the light had been particularly beautiful that day. Arien, guiding the sun through the heavens while below the sea, reflected its brilliance in dancing patterns of gold and silver. Gandalf had turned one last time to look upon Valinor, drinking in the sight of it, imprinting every detail upon his memory against the long ages of absence that stretched ahead. He had wondered then if he would ever return, if the path that led away might not prove one from which there was no coming back. The Valar had offered no certainties, only the mission and the trust that if he remained faithful to it, all would be as it should be, whatever that might mean. Now, sitting in Bag End, with a cup of tea growing cool in his hands, and Bilbo's comfortable presence filling the room, Gandalf knew that return was indeed possible, was in fact approaching swiftly. The task was accomplished, Sauron defeated, the ring destroyed. Soon he would be permitted to lay down his burdens and sail west to the shores he had left so long ago. The thought filled him with complex emotions, joy and sorrow intertwined, longing for home mixed with reluctance to leave this place and these people who had become so dear to him. For Middle-earth was home now too, in a way Valinor had never quite been. The Blessed Realm was perfect and beautiful, eternal and unchanging. But Middle-earth was alive in a different way, messy and complicated, full of struggle and sorrow, but also of unexpected joys and hard-won victories. The very imperfection of it gave it a quality that perfection lacked, a sense of stakes and meaning that came from knowing that things could be lost, that beauty was precious because it was fragile, that victories mattered because defeat was always possible. He thought of all the friends he had made in Middle-earth, the bonds forged through shared danger and mutual trust. Elrond and Galadriel, who carried their own memories of Valinor and understood in ways others could not what he had left behind and what he would be returning to. Aragorn and Arwen, whose love had reminded him that the greatest beauties were often those that required sacrifice, that chose commitment despite knowing it must end in sorrow. Theoden and Éowyn, who had shown him that courage could be found even in those who thought themselves afraid, that heroism was not the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. And the hobbits. Always his thoughts returned to the hobbits. Bilbo sitting across from him now, aged but still vital, still curious about the world, and eager for stories of far places. Frodo sleeping upstairs, bearing wounds that might never fully heal but also a wisdom purchased at terrible cost. Sam in his garden, Merry and Pippin growing into their roles as leaders and teachers of their people. They embodied so much of what he had learned in Valinor, taught by those who had shaped the world itself. Lessons about the power of small things, the strength of simple goodness, the courage of ordinary folk who did extraordinary things simply because they were needed. His tea had gone cold, and Bilbo was looking at him with a mixture of concern and understanding. "You're thinking about leaving, aren't you?" the old hobbit said softly. "Going back to wherever it is you really come from. I've seen that look before, in elves mostly. That faraway expression that speaks of longing for a place the rest of us can't imagine." Gandalf set down his cup and met his friend's eyes, seeing in them a wisdom that had nothing to do with magic or ancient knowledge, but came simply from living long and paying attention, from caring about others and thinking about what one observed. "Yes," he admitted. "Soon I will sail west, to the place where I dwelt before coming to Middle-earth. It is time, or will be soon. The work I was sent to do is finished." Bilbo nodded slowly, processing this confirmation of what he had long suspected. "And this place you're going, is it very wonderful? Better than the Shire, I mean?" "Though I can hardly imagine anywhere better than the Shire on a fine spring morning with breakfast on the table and good company to share it with. It is wonderful," Gandalf said carefully, "in ways that are hard to describe. There is no sorrow there, no pain or loss, only beauty and peace and the company of the wise and powerful. But you're right that it is different from the Shire. Not better perhaps, but different. The Shire has its own kind of beauty, one that comes from being lived in and loved, from being real and imperfect, and full of small joys that make life worth living." Bilbo smiled, pleased by this response. "Well then, I'm glad you got to spend some time here before going back to your perfect place. Maybe you needed reminding that perfection isn't everything it's cracked up to be, that a good seed cake and a comfortable chair and a friend to share them with are treasures in their own right, not lesser things than whatever wonders you've got waiting for you across the sea." Gandalf laughed, a genuine expression of delight that came from the heart. "Indeed, my dear Bilbo, indeed, you have reminded me of that, and much more besides. The hobbits have taught me lessons as valuable as any I learnt in my youth, and I will carry those teachings with me when I depart. Memories of the Shire to set beside my memories of older and perhaps grander places." The morning wore on in comfortable companionship, Bilbo sharing news of the Shire, while Gandalf listened with the part of his attention not still wandering through ancient halls and gardens. The old hobbit spoke of marriages and births, of disputes over property boundaries and competitions at the harvest fair, of all the small matters that made up the fabric of life in this peaceful corner of Middle-earth. And Gandalf found himself treasuring these mundane details as much as any grand memory of Valinor, recognizing in them the beating heart of what he had fought to preserve. As the sun climbed higher and the morning advanced toward midday, Gandalf's thoughts turned to one final memory of the Blessed Realm. perhaps the most precious of all. It was a memory not of great events or profound teachings, but of a simple moment of being, a fragment of time so pure and complete that it had remained untarnished through all the long ages since. He had been walking alone in the twilight hour when both trees shone together, their lights mingling overhead. The path had led him to a small grove he had never noticed before, where a fountain played and the grass grew soft as the finest cloth. There was no one else present, no great Valar or fellow Maiar, only himself and the beauty of creation unfolding moment by moment. And in that solitude, he had experienced something difficult to name, a sense of rightness and belonging, of being exactly where he was meant to be, and exactly who he was meant to be. There had been no striving in that moment, no questioning or doubt, no concern about past or future, only the eternal present, the fountain's song, the mingled light, the soft grass beneath his feet, and a joy so deep and complete that it seemed to fill all the spaces within him he had not known were empty. That moment had lasted perhaps the span of a few mortal breaths, though time had moved strangely in it, seeming both infinite and instantaneous. When it passed and he returned to ordinary awareness, he had understood something fundamental about the nature of the Blessed Realm. Valinor was not wonderful because of its grand vistas or its mighty inhabitants, though these were certainly remarkable. It was wonderful because it was a place where such moments of perfect presence were possible, where the noise and distraction of existence fell away, and one could simply be, fully and completely, without fear or desire, or the thousand small anxieties that clouded clearer sight. He had sought such moments in Middle-earth, but had rarely found them, for the mortal lands were too full of urgency and danger, too caught up in the press of events that demanded response and action. Yet there had been glimpses, brief instants, when the veil had thinned, and he had touched that same quality of presence. Standing on the slopes of Mount Mindalluin with Aragorn after the coronation, looking out over the renewed realm of Gondor. Sitting by a campfire with the hobbits, listening to Sam sing a simple song about ale and friendship. Walking through Lothlórien with Galadriel, speaking of things that mattered in voices barely above a whisper. These moments had been gifts, unexpected and precious, reminders that even in Middle-earth, even in these latter days when so much beauty had faded, it was still possible to touch something eternal, to experience joy untainted by shadow. And perhaps that was the greatest lesson Valinor had taught him. Not any specific piece of wisdom or knowledge, but simply the understanding that such moments existed, that perfection was not only possible, but was in fact the fundamental reality, the ground from which all else emerged, and to which all else would ultimately return. Bilbo had fallen silent, content to let the wizard drift in his thoughts while he puffed on his pipe and gazed out the window at his beloved garden. The comfortable quiet between them was itself a kind of perfection, Gandalf reflected. The ease of old friendship that required no performance or pretense, that could accommodate both speech and silence with equal grace. "I have been blessed," Gandalf said softly, speaking as much to himself as to Bilbo, "blessed beyond measure in both the places I have dwelt and the companions I have known. Valinor taught me wisdom, but Middle-earth taught me love. The Valar showed me the heights of what could be achieved through power and knowledge, but you hobbits showed me the depths of what could be accomplished through simple goodness and steadfast loyalty." Bilbo turned from the window, his eyes bright with unshed tears. "Well now," he said, his voice gruff with emotion, "that's a fine thing to say to an old hobbit over his breakfast table. Makes a fellow feel quite special, it does. Though I suspect we hobbits have gotten rather the better end of the bargain, having you drop by with your stories and your fireworks all these years." Gandalf smiled, but his expression was serious. "Never doubt your worth, my dear friend, nor the worth of your people. When the histories are written and the songs sung, when scholars debate what turned the tide against the darkness, some will speak of great battles and mighty heroes, but I will remember 4 hobbits who walked into shadow armed with nothing more than loyalty and courage, who succeeded where armies would have failed, who saved the world not through power but through persistence." The words hung in the air between them, weighted with truth and affection. Bilbo ducked his head, uncomfortable with such direct praise as hobbits often were, but Gandalf could see that the words had been heard and would be remembered. That too was a gift, the ability to speak truth in love, to offer affirmation that strengthened rather than diminished, that built up rather than creating dependence. The morning was nearly spent now, and Gandalf felt the tug of other responsibilities, other places he needed to be, and people he needed to see before his time in Middle-earth drew to its close. But he lingered a moment longer in the warmth of Bag End, savouring this simple pleasure of tea and company, storing up memories against the long years ahead, when he would once again walk the shores of Valinor and look back across the sundering seas toward the lands he had left behind. When he finally rose to depart, Bilbo walked him to the door, and they stood together on the threshold, looking out at the Shire spread before them in the full glory of morning. The sight was achingly beautiful, all green hills and winding paths, thatched roofs and garden plots, smoke rising from 100 chimneys, and the sound of life being lived in all its ordinary, extraordinary wonder. "This is what I will miss most," Gandalf said quietly. "Not the great cities or the noble lords, not even the elven realms with all their ancient beauty, but this, the Shire and all it represents. Peace and plenty, simple joys and honest labour, folk who ask for nothing more than to live their lives in contentment and to help their neighbours do the same." "Then take it with you," Bilbo said, laying a hand on the wizard's arm. "Memory is a powerful thing, stronger than any magic I've ever heard of. Take the Shire with you in your heart, and maybe it will help remind those folk in your perfect country across the sea that perfection isn't everything, that there's beauty to be found in things that are small and simple and real." Gandalf placed his hand over Bilbo's, feeling the frailness of the old hobbit's bones, the tremor of age that even Bilbo's remarkable longevity could not entirely forestall. "I will," he promised. "I will carry the Shire with me, and you, and all the lessons you have taught me. And when I walk again in gardens where sorrow is unknown, I will remember that sorrow gives joy its savour, that struggle gives victory its meaning, that the very imperfection of Middle-earth is what makes it precious beyond measure." They embraced then, wizard and hobbit, old friends who had shared adventures and quiet moments, dangers and delights. When they parted, there were tears in both their eyes, but they were good tears, the kind that spoke of love rather than loss, of gratitude for what had been rather than grief for what must end. Gandalf walked away from Bag End with slow steps, his staff tapping against the path, his grey robes stirring in the gentle breeze. Behind him, Bilbo stood in the doorway, one hand raised in farewell, and Gandalf felt the old hobbit's gaze following him until the path turned and trees obscured the view. Ahead lay the rest of his work in Middle-earth, the final tasks that remained before he could depart. And beyond that, across the sea and beyond the circles of the world, lay Valinor, the home he had left so long ago and would soon see again. But for this moment, he was simply Gandalf the Grey, walking the roads of the Shire in the full light of day, carrying within him memories of both his ancient home and his adopted one, blessed beyond measure by what he had learned in both places. The memories of Valinor had sustained him through long ages of struggle and sorrow. The memories of Middle-earth would enrich his eternal life in the Blessed Realm, adding depth and texture to a perfection that might otherwise have seemed too pure, too removed from the messy reality of lived experience. Above him, the sun shone bright and warm, a distant echo of Laurelin's golden radiance. Around him, the Shire drowsed in contentment, peaceful and safe, preserved for at least a little while longer. And within him, ancient and recent memories intertwined, creating something richer than either alone could be. A tapestry woven from threads of light and shadow, joy and sorrow, the eternal and the temporal blending into a whole that was somehow more beautiful than its separate parts. The wizard smiled to himself, adjusted his pack, and continued on his way. There was still much to do, many roads to walk before he could rest. But he walked them now with a light heart, knowing that every step was meaningful, that every moment held possibilities for wonder, and that whether in Valinor or Middle-earth, in the deathless lands or among mortal folk, the fundamental truths remained the same. Love mattered, beauty endured, hope was never foolish, and the smallest person could change the course of the future. With these thoughts warming him like a cloak against the cool spring breeze, Gandalf journeyed onward into the bright morning, carrying his memories like treasures, bearing his wisdom like gifts, and holding in his heart both the place he had come from and the place he would soon leave, blessed by both and belonging fully to neither, a wanderer between worlds whose true home was perhaps found not in any location but in the walking itself, in the eternal journey toward light and understanding that would continue even when all earthly roads had been travelled and left behind.